Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key Mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key Mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind there. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
watching Business Day Television.
And you've tuned in to the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's Christmas Eve. How are you all doing? It's a beautiful Wednesday morning, and we have enough packed up to keep you going. Thank you for joining us. I am Deborah Eze. Of course, I'm not doing this alone. It's almost Christmas, and I have the most wonderful people with me on the show this morning. I'm right here with
Onyeka Valentine.
and Destiny Mama. Merry Christmas in advance. I know, right? So how are you? How is the Christmas coming?
Maybe I'm already seeing you in that mode.
No.
I'm already seeing you. You're already giving me the Christmas vibe.
Because I'm wearing green?
And I like it because it's in a matured form. I like army green. I like how it's so soothing and you're looking really radiant this morning.
Okay, that's Destiny talking. How are you?
Well, I can't complain. I mean, it's Christmas season. I said it before yesterday.
Yeah.
The season where your bank account becomes only bank, no account. Because it will reduce, most definitely.
You know one thing,
know.
Valley.
Yeah.
Where does your money go to?
Ah,
Because
good question.
for the longest,
Right.
you celebrated your birthday in
Right.
November.
Right.
You're owing us like 2 different packages.
Most definitely.
And now it's December. You're still complaining about not having money in your bank
Which
account.
is why they say there is space to redeem. I will redeem myself.
I'm suspecting you.
All right, with the politician, and most politicians put their money in constituency project. You know, not
Okay.
the constituency project that is money going
Okay.
into. It's called BDTV
You
constitutional.
should make Destiny your spokesperson. She will do a good job for you. So is it going to be a Christmas on a budget or a flamboyant?
So it will be Christmas in a BDTV way. Such a so we broadcasters, when we want to say something, we always find a way to go around the bush. So in this case, we will celebrate that Christmas such a way that it will be a Christmas to remember, not just dirty, but dirty December. How about that?
Well, I thought you were the one that said there's nothing like dirty Christmas the other day.
Can you prove it?
Okay. If it's really not having to prove it, let's take a look at what we have on the headlines this morning. And the first story on our headlines, we have Naira extends gain despite 49.3% decline in weekly FX inflows. And also in politics, 2027, Obedient Movement set to join ADC as opposition realigns. And Nigeria paid salaries but missed infrastructure targets in 2024. And in Africa, South African rand climbs to 16.68 rand on gold price. Amazing headlines we have lined up for you this morning. We're obviously not surprised about the Naira. The Naira has been doing really well right from September. And I'm one of the few people who is actually very surprised that they were able to sustain it.
Yeah.
But I still stand on, let us wait till January. I know
Absolutely.
monetary would not agree with me, but let's wait till January for us to know if this new development is actually, stable or it's just numbers. But what do you think about it?
You see this thing, this January expectation is high in everyone, and the suspicion has already started already. I was doing a transfer to someone earlier today, and then I saw something, something that was strange, and I was like, has the tax thing started already? For everything that is happening on your account now, there's this suspicion that this tax thing, because there's so much publicity on this tax thing. There's kept citizens at a lax that, whoa, this thing, it's really happening, for real. But other dimensions are making it clear that it's just, Nigerians, we are too religious, and then we accept religion as something that it's a headway. It just makes us want to move. I think when someone from the north was saying that it's just Nigeria, I think there's the prominent man that was talking about the Christians being killed and all, still said that Northerners are not going to, be involved in this whole tax thing. There's just Christians
But
that are going to pay for it.
how's that possible? I think we shouldn't, put religion when it comes to national issues.
Yeah. I think he was just talking out of experience, because he said something. He made a very valid point that oil from the Niger Delta is for Nigerians. But you see, gold and other things that are in the north, that non-oil sector wealth we have gold. I was shocked to remember that we have gold when he said it. And this gold is only being enjoyed by the northerners, by the Muslims, and it's clear where he was coming from.
All right, Vali, what do you think about it?
So, I mean, it is no news that our economy, in many ways, has been going in and out of life support. But the fact that we are wrapping up this year, and we are seeing critically through our headline there, that despite the issues that we have faced, right, the Naira is still dipping. Despite the issues that we have been able to mitigate, it's still dipping. One way or the other, it still has that number we're seeing, 49 point something, right? And of course, FX is within the mix. However, in the middle of all these things, one thing for sure is, like you rightly said, that idea of equity when it comes to natural resources plays a major role. How does it play a major role? If we say destiny is for all of us, but Valentine is for Valentine, that doesn't sound very right. And at the same time, where we are shrouded in the idea of, like they say in Animal Farm, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. It shouldn't be like that. It should be what's good for the goose. It's good for the, and that's how it should be. However, all this makes us a unique country. It's what we're being known for, our diversity, what we're being known for as our multi-religious country, what we're being known for as multi, dialects and all that stuff. However, how does it affect the Naira? Like so Bismarck Rewani will say that in economy, he'll say, look, that in economics, he'll say, if you want to get something done, remember 500 persons are thinking about it at the same time.
Exactly.
And so if you don't move, someone else will outrun you and out GDP you. I don't understand the full details of what he meant by that, but I could simply tell from a layman's perspective that for what it is, if our Naira must do well, we must look into our local resources, produce what we eat what we produce, and make sure natural resources move around the whole areas, not just for one sector, not just for the north or the east or the south. If we're one Nigeria, let us be one Nigeria, right? Let everybody be able to enjoy it. And with that, maybe.
That's the conversation that has been going on since 1960, and this is 2025. Hopefully, we still get to the point. We get to the point where it's truly one Nigeria. But let's then move to politics, where Obi and the Obedience Movement set to join ADC as opposition alliance. This is shocking. This is really shocking. Did we see it coming?
I actually did.
You did see that Obi and also the whole obedient movement are actually going to move
because
into
I actually envisaged, or should I even say, it was clear that there's a little bit of crisis in the Labour Party set up. I think as a result of greed, it was too overwhelming for the party that a lot of wrong decisions were taken, and you do not expect someone as productive as Obi to remain where there's so much when the actor lawyer Kennedy Okonkwo, spokesperson for started deviating from the labor sector. That's what exactly.
That's when you knew.
Yeah, so I agree with her, right? I agree with her. More importantly, I think that what it is, we should make some move with that. But maybe we should take a break, and when we come back, right, we'll follow through again.
All right, we'll take a breather now. When we come back, we talk more about the obedient movement. Just stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. This is still the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. Before we went on that break, we were speaking about Obi and the Obedient Movement set to join ADC as opposition realigns. Valentine, so what's your thoughts about this?
So again, when you have likes of Obi that has been in the news for a long time and anchored with the badge of integrity, anchored with the badge of, say what he will do and do what he will say. Someone who you can take his word to the bank and they'll give you, they'll give you assurance. Someone like that who has made the Labour Party proud in the past, who has had Nigerians follow him.
Brought so much recognition.
Exactly. And now deciding to move to ADC, there must be a reason. Mm-hmm. Now, we might not see everything, but I believe that for what it is, if we must lay it out and ask the questions those who want to ask, the question will now be, what is it in ADC that they didn't have in Labour Party? Because as far as I'm concerned, if it is the same human beings moving from Labour Party to ADC, right, and they are joining Obi, I think it's going to be a wrong move. Because those who have caused chaos in Labour Party, right, I think if Obi wants to move to ADC, should move alone, if at all, right? Or better, to go and create another different party, such a way you have like minds like you in that party.
I think that's what the ADC movement has.
Is.
Like when they came out in full force, we all saw the agenda. We all saw, what they had in mind as when it comes to the party. So I think other people moving with him just shows that, okay, Obi made the right call, so they would follow the call. And I must give it to ADC with the way they've actually put down how the party is going to be and what the goal of the party is. It looks like people that know what they're doing.
Yeah, apart from that also. Yeah, go ahead.
You would go further when it comes to politics, opposition and ruling party. You go further when you all have a common goal. It's easier that way for you to know that, okay, this is what we are doing and what we are not doing.
Yeah,
so
for a party like APC, or fighting a party like APC, so to speak, or competing, right, or vying, opposing a party like APC, you need to join forces together. Now, This is APC we're talking about. We're talking about, do you understand? Strong people here, right?
The ruling party.
Yeah, the ruling party. Do you understand? All right. Now, because of that, right, ADC should actually partner or, with
Have
people
to merge
like,
with other oppositions.
merge with people like the obedient parties, right? Labour Party and having the obedient inclusive to be able to come out with a good plan. They have to join forces. So we're talking about a party that is trying to make the nation a one-party system. Do you know why the governors are running into the APC? You do not know why? We all know why.
I don't know why.
We know why. We know what is going on. So they need to join forces to be able to come together and have a strong opposition voice. Else, it will not be, the way we are saying it. Yes, it will not be the way we are saying it. They just need to come together to join these strong forces. Because I see that the ADC, what they call them now? Coalition. Yes, they're a strong force to reckon with. Added with obedient, another strong force. It's going to come out with strong results, trust me.
All in all, whether it is the broom or it is the umbrella or it's the handshake or whether it is, whatever it is, logo that is pulling through, one thing for sure, we have people who have common goals.
Okay. All right, we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we're going to take a look at what the dailies is saying this morning. Just stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is
Welcome back. This is a newspaper review segment of the Business Day television breakfast show where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm still your host, Deborah Eze, and with me in the studio still is
Onyeka Valentine.
I'm Destiny Momo.
All right, we'll begin with the Business Day newspaper of our sister company, and the big story on the Business Day newspaper this morning reads: Nigerians brave high fares in security for festive reunions. And we also have visa ban halts Nigerian students American dream. And we have 2027 obedience movement set to join ADC as opposition realigns, and that is on page 6 of the Business Day newspaper. And we have drug prices soar despite import waiver, and that is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. Amazing stories on our Business Day newspaper this morning. And what is Christmas? What is the festive period if we don't talk about the high fares and also, the insecurity that actually is booming in the country, coupled with the festive. Well, what do you think about this?
I mean, good enough that we are in the festive season, yes, most definitely. But like we've always said it, and we always said here, that if we do not take in recognition that safety is key, we'll just be running into a ditch.
Look,
Now,
what this is saying is, despite the insecurity and the high fares, Nigerians are still traveling.
Yes.
They're
Yes.
not,
Yes.
so they're braving it. They're trusting the whole, whatever happens.
Exactly.
The insecurity,
So what I mean to say, where I'm heading to with this is that let's not allow our emotions drive us as Nigerians. Yes, we're very emotional people. We have a pending problem in our hands, which is insecurity. Yes, some would rather tell you they want to fly back and forth. Some will say, no, I'll go by road. But whatever it is, if, that's first for me, if you don't need to travel, right? Unless if it's unavoidable, you don't need to travel, stay in your location and enjoy your Christmas. Enjoy your New Year.
So are you trying to say, because for Nigerians now, it's a normal thing. It's a tradition, that's the word, for people to travel after, from January to November, having to have worked. You want to travel to take that breather or get to meet family and friends that you've not gotten to see for a long time. So are you trying to say we should actually, cut off tradition because if I can actually afford the high fares, the fact that I can afford it doesn't make it not high. Get what I'm saying? The fact that I can actually invade insecurity by either flying instead of going by road doesn't make it less, there's no insecurity in Nigeria.
Yeah.
So are you saying that, we should everyone should stay in their location so the government can know that, this is actually an issue?
Nigerians are fearless. And you always hear in Nigeria say one thing must kill a man. And so because of that, they will do whatever they want to do regardless. I can't find myself with everything I've heard because of the information that I know. And then I will now still go out there and say because I want to celebrate Christmas. Right. I want to choose safety first, as a matter of fact. But trust me, our brothers from the east, Deborah, your brothers, they don't want to hear that.
Right.
They believe it's a tradition that they have to just go back to their roots, regardless, and come back into the new year refreshed, revitalized, renewed. It's a tradition that has worked for them, and it's not something that is about to slow down, that anything can actually push backward.
I was on social media yesterday, just scrolling through, and then I stumbled across one of these influencers, Obi Kubana, I think so. And then he was recording.
Kubana is not an influencer.
It's Obi Kubana. What's sorry, chief priest.
He's not also an influencer.
Oh well, whichever it is.
Celebrity.
Okay, so celebrity. Whatever you call it. Whatever it is.
It's hard for you to give their time to one celebrity.
Well, okay, so celebrity, right?
Celebs.
But don't forget, as a celebrity, right? Give and take. If you push out the narrative, you might influence people's thoughts.
Yeah.
So, quote and unquote, you're also an influencer without even knowing it.
Celebrity is not an influencer, but
No,
okay.
I will tell you. So if Debbie now says, look, get out there, be great, don't forget not to take this or take that.
Yeah.
Because you are an on-air personality.
That's motivation.
Anyway, so I went on his page and something struck me.
Yeah.
He was recording his friends and family in the East, saying, are you guys being kidnapped? They said, no. Is there any problem around? No.
Oh, wow.
Are you going around safely? Yes. Are you getting out at night? Yes. Are you having fun? Yes. So that kind of made me feel, okay, even in the midst of all what we're hearing, are we the ones, we in the media, are we, overflogging this thing?
Yeah, sometimes these things are being overprojected.
Exactly. Are we making people feel as if, look, you must walk with your eyes and your, over your shoulders? Are we over baiting it?
Yeah,
right?
I agree with you on that point.
Yes,
When I was in the University of Jos, a lot of times nothing was happening, but you hear your people calling, what's happening? We're hearing that they're killing people in Jos.
Exactly.
But you are in that town, you didn't hear any of such.
So I think the video of Obi Kubana, we understand the unrest that was happening in the East.
Yeah.
I think that was what prompted him to make that video. And the way information works. It is actually when in the heat of things, that's when we hear things everywhere. And when it's dousing down, our attention is actually moved to something else, and we don't go back to see, if everything is okay in that. I think that was what actually, stemmed that video. But I don't think the media is to be blamed. I don't think the media would only, after doing our due investigation, we would only come out to give information that we know. Because we don't just give out information. It's from investigations, it's from, correspondence. Now, it could be that in University of Jos, things were not happening. But in remote villages, things are happening. Here in Lagos, we are fine, we're good. But there are places where they unalive people every day.
Yes, these things loom.
Exactly. So the fact that it's not happening in a particular place doesn't mean it's not happening, and it doesn't make it less true. It doesn't make it misinformation. So I think Obi Kubana, what he did actually was very right for me.
So
because
to give people a form of feeling of safety.
Yes,
that this travel come to the village,
assurance that it can go.
But if you cannot afford to fly, please don't go by road. I'm not going to recommend. No, I'm not going to recommend.
Some roads have been fixed.
Roads are safe.
It's not about the way the insecurity issue is, and I would say the government is still working on it. And for your safety, for yourself, your family, you should actually I think we should actually take a breather when it comes to road traveling until everywhere is
so certified.
If you cannot afford that 300,000 or 400,000 naira to travel, please don't use night bus, because I will see some TikTok challenges.
Say that to our Igbo brothers who trade. Look, every day, even in the midst of all the insecurity, they travel day and night.
They are God's strongest soldier. It can't be me. Anyways, another story on the business day before we move to other dailies. Read: visa ban halts Nigerian students. American dream. American visa has never. I don't know. I was telling Valley the other day that I think we're just overflogging this American visa thing because it has never been easy.
Yeah.
So you coming out to say, oh, you've altered it. We can count how many people that we know that are actually in America. I'm sure we only know one person out of everyone that we know from our church, where we've worked, in ourselves. We only know one person who is in America. Meaning America is not easy. Unlike other countries. I know I can count about 50 people that I know that are in the UK. I don't think that are other countries. So for me, it's like America has never been like the Nigerian dream.
Easy route.
For me, it has never been easy. So I think we're giving too much publicity to Trump, which is what he actually thrives in. What do you think about it, Vali?
So it's interesting that, at least for once, that people are beginning to understand the trajectory in which Trump comes with. Look, I think the power of propaganda and narrative can make a nation or destroy a nation. Before now, right? When you watch American movies, when you go on social media and you see, things that That's what before with social media. When we had VHS tapes, when we had, those other ways where you can watch their movies and everything, you think, oh, America, land of the free, brave, But just the way you have homeless people on the streets of Lagos, you have in the United States of America. In fact, you have more homeless people in Philadelphia than you have in Lagos. And they have a big problem with fentanyl, big problem with drugs. Look, over here,
it doesn't change that the American economy. You
now. They have better economy. Let's be honest.
I feel like every country have their flaws.
Most definitely.
Every country, like you said, because of the high rate of drugs in America, that's why we have so many homeless people.
Yeah.
I can remember when Lagos was actually the hub of drug abuse. Lots of them. When you go to Oshodi, you see like tons of them.
All the bridges.
You see tons of them.
Yeah.
But now the Lagos State government has been able to really curtail that part of drug abuse. I think that's when they came up with if you see anybody that looks like a madman, you catch.
What I say about all these things, right? Talking about the American dream, and then like Debbie said, why make it an issue when it has always been an issue, right? I won't believe that if everybody sees it the way, because I believe that most Nigerians see America, UK as just a geographical location on planet Earth, right? Because yes, Nigerians like to travel. Right?
They like to look for a better
option.
Yeah.
But trust me, Nigerians, right, will be satisfied if their country works.
And that's where it is.
If their country works, Nigerians are so satisfied. Nigerians are easily satisfied. So when a nation like the United States, it's giving us conditions and making us, feel less of a country, by putting all those things that
hurdles.
It's painful for somebody like me that actually believes that if this country works, this is the best place. We have the best weather. We have the best food. We have the best of everything. So I don't think we should be giving putting importance to a nation like America, because the shakara don't too much, if I have to come to that point.
And just quickly to add to what you said. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The day we stop asking or receiving handouts from the United States, that's when the respect will come. Like I said before, there's no way you would respect somebody who you feed.
Yeah.
At some point, right, when you say jump, they will ask you how high.
They don't feed me.
They
so
do. They feed
do.
They
feed the economy.
I buy everything I want.
They feed the economy. And I think that's where the power comes in. They know that they actually
I don't believe that things Nigerians will just just believe. I don't know why I so much believe that. There's so much goodness here. All we should just be doing is just to visit for business and come back home.
All right, quickly, let's take a look.
Our nation work.
Let's take a look at the Punch newspaper. What do we have?
All right, on the Punch newspaper, 2027.
Is it going to punch us today?
A little bit. Says that Turaki camp fumes as INEC rejects PDP ESCO. Turaki camp fumes as INEC rejects PDP ESCO, and that's for 2027. An MBA Atiku demands new tax law suspension. You find that on page 30 of the Punch newspaper. And still on the Yuletide rush, the federal government orders contractors to keep highways open. The federal government orders contractors to keep highways open. By the federal government, we mean the Minister for Works, Umahi. All right, talking about the budget crisis, and the big story of the Punch newspaper this morning says that the National Assembly extends 2025 fiscal year to March. It says that the Senate reps passed revised 91.8 trillion naira 2024 to 2025 budget, and the 2026 appropriation bill passes second reading. Now, the big picture here was see the Land of Honor, Ekiti Domesticates Nigerian Tax Administration Act. I hear that the federal government orders takedown of terrorist social media accounts.
There we go. Sounds like a great move.
They're just waking up.
Page 7.
Great move.
Federal government orders takedown of terrorist social media account. And here, talking about the health sector, measles death toll hits 153 in 11 months. You find out on page 7 also of the Punch newspaper. And here it says that Pabio Mons police escort killed by tanker.
Oh, wow.
How has that happened?
Well, again, somebody that he knows very well.
Oh, okay. And then here it says now student collapses during test and he dies. That's from page 4 and 5 of the Punch. And the last story here says court seizes land linked to Goodluck Jonathan estate.
Let's take a look at it. Is it not quite alarming that in 2025 we're having death toll for measles? There are actually some things I feel like when it comes to the health sector we're supposed to have moved past. Just like it gets very alarming, like malaria. We all know malaria is actually very dangerous, but we've been able to get measures in which we can actually tame it. It's very sad that measles would actually kill
in the 21st century.
In 21st century, 153 in 11 months.
Again, one of the things that I think we should look into is really awareness. You might deem it fit to say that people are now aware that vaccines can can mitigate these things, or vaccines can stop from happening if given to children when they're young. You have that information, but not everyone in the rural areas do have this information. So that is why I always say NOA, National Orientation Agency, step in, educate, inform people about the importance of having all these vaccines while when they're born. So again, it all has to do with parents taking responsibility, right? Measles can cause a lot of things. Okay,
it can cause blindness.
Exactly. So with all that, it is one, taking responsibility. Don't wait until the child contacts measles. As soon as you have the child, go straight up for vaccine against measles, against other ones that are quite, there's a big possibility that the child can pick up. So it's a sad thing.
There are a lot of times that mothers are trying, they're doing too much, but when it comes to the health of your child, I don't think it's something
in your hands.
You don't toy with it. When the doctors have already said it, from a certain age to a certain age, give them this immunization from when the child is from 0 months to 5 years. But I found out that lots of mothers skip these immunization vaccines for reasons best known to them. Maybe they will say something like they took an option of using the herbal method to, no, my child is very strong. I used to do this. I used to cover him with hot agbo and all of that one. Thereby neglecting important
information.
Medical practices that should
avoid.
Keep things like this at bay.
All right, let's take a look at the Vanguard newspaper.
Okay.
What do we have in the Vanguard?
There we go. Nigeria's net forex inflow rises 12% to $41.73 billion. You can see that one on page 19. I take it again. It says Nigeria's net forex inflow rises to 12% to $41.73 billion. And the second line there says destruction of PDP, dangerous for Nigeria's democracy, says Makinde. It says the destruction of PDP, dangerous for Nigerians' democracy, says Makinde. Why is he already, when I use the word prophesying doom for PDP? Again, this is happening. The last time we had spoke about this, and I said every civilization at some point in time will lose its grip. Another one will come up again. You see, right now you see Donald Trump working so hard, trying to give America, take them back to become like the most powerful country that they already are, or not, or maybe they're second or first, we don't know. But the other countries are not, they're just taking it easy. There was a time when China was 4,000 years ago, America was not even, was nowhere.
Are we not looking at the allegation?
And,
It said, says Wike promising to hold PDP.
Wow. I was going there. I almost digressed. Still, so it says Wike promised
oh my God.
to hold PDP for him.
But but in all senses, let's look at it. It's not looking like that because this is the first time in my life that I've seen a politician publicly say I'm neither here nor there. I'm doing what I have to do. This is the first time. Normally, we understand that in the game of politics, there's no permanent friend, no permanent enemy, but they don't do it to our face. Exactly. But Wike is telling you that, say, I'm for Tinubu, I'm for the APC, even though I'm in the PDP. So,
you can imagine.
I think that's stepping on lot. Saying this is...
So for me, what that means is that you spell out the issue of you eating like a crab. You know, I want to stay here where it's favoring me now. But at events where I am right now, I can move to the other end. You know, so it's unfortunate. But this has always been the characteristics of politicians.
But they hide it.
Yes.
It's the audacity.
But you know, I must give Wike credit. I must give him credit. It's not like every other seasoned politician that will hide under the guise of supporting somebody else, meanwhile with somebody else.
I don't see that as being...
He says it as it is.
No. I see that as being cowardly because if you cannot own up to the fact that, look at Fubara.
Isn't that one of the tricks and antics of politicians?
No, you see the way Fubara generally just moved to the APC because you can't be neither here.
I already knew that Fubara was going to move to the APC. In fact, I was even saying it. I said, Fubara, the only option you have, like, just meddling into the affairs of what was happening in Rivers. Then I was like, with the way Wike is going, all Fubara needed to do was just go into APC and have.
Anyway, so it says released NAFC 130 aircraft lands in Gambia en route to go for maintenance. So it says released NAFC 130 aircraft lands in Gambia en route Portugal for maintenance. Page 9 over there, you can see that one. Then it says NIN CAC numbers to become tax IDs from 2026. So it says FIRS. What this means is that Debbie, Destiny, whether or not you go and follow through with your tax, they will already use your number to be able to tax you to collect their money. So I think there's no escaping it.
There was a confusion about, how do I get my tax ID? How do I get my tax ID? So instead of us going through the stress of having to go into their office,
they're already making it work already.
They're already there. So,
but there's a challenge now. You know, some people, right? I've heard of cases where you have an NIN, but when you now go and verify it, you see a different name there.
These are selected errors.
So
they can be corrected. I don't think it's for so many people.
So if they don't correct that, do you know what that means? Which means that somebody else
with double tax,
exactly,
triple tax.
So somebody else will have your number. Meanwhile, you're being the one taxed for that person.
Anyway, speaking about tax, do not forget that you can actually get all the information that you need about your tax on the BusinessDay tax hub. Tax 360, you get all the information that you need. But we're running out of time now.
All right, quickly. So we take this one. Gazette Fufore, MBA, Article 6, suspension for tax laws. MBA, Article 6, suspension for tax laws.
I think we have to pause it now because we're running out of time. Because tax. From January, we get to see what it is, and like I was saying, thanks to BusinessDay, you can get to see how much tax you owe, and how much you're going to be remitting to the government and what is yours. But before we go, let's take a look at what the cartoon of the day is saying this morning. The cartoon actually matches with the season. It's Christmas, and we have a look-alike Christmas tree, but this time around decorated with leaves. And we have gifts. The gifts are usually under the Christmas tree, but it's written ransom. And two people, a mother and son that looks like the kidnapped victim, and they said, "Mommy, see Christmas tree." And she says it must be Christmas. On the other hand, we have somebody that looks like a kidnapper with a rifle pointed at them. So this is just to say the people who were kidnapped and they weren't able to secure their release are going to spend Christmas Day in the den of the kidnappers.
Something we're not seeing. Did you see that Christmas tree?
Yeah.
Do you see what's actually made of? the inner wood is actually gone. Meaning to say that for what it is, right? Those who want to celebrate your Christmas, remember,
you're gonna pay ransom.
Yeah,
That's what I said. So you choose. Either use night bus and pay ransom, or you sit down in our house and let one of us experience the Lagos traffic together.
What have you done? You've now told businessmen and women out there not to use night bus to go to the east.
Don't use night bus to go to the east, though. Don't listen to me. See, by the time it drives a GLK.
There we go. She said to me, please, where we go, save the tickets, please. Let chickens. I'm buying for chickens. Let chickens don't be killed.
Okay, he was talking about saving the chickens. So let us know in the comment section as you're watching us live. How are you going to be celebrating Christmas?
You know.
Is it true chicken? Valentine made a dead joke that if chickens could actually ask for a wish, they would actually not be killed on Christmas Day and New Year Day. So are you
save the chickens? Save the chickens. Save the chickens.
Is it going to be goats, or are you just going to be like me and just using water and fruits for Christmas?
You know.
Anyways, thank you so much for joining us in the studio this morning. This is all we can take for the newspaper review. You're still watching the Business Day TV breakfast show, and coming up next is the Business Morning. Just stay with us. welcome to the Business Morning segment on the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. We're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and economy. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you with us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the round in the world of business. The Naira on Tuesday extended its gain in the official foreign exchange market despite a sharp decline in weekly FX inflows. Data published by the Central Bank of Nigeria showed that the Naira appreciated by 0.5% as the dollar was quoted at 1,449.98 on Tuesday, compared with 1,456 Naira 56 kobo quoted on Monday at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. In the private markets, the Naira traded flat at 1,482 Naira on Tuesday, unchanged from Monday, but weaker than the 1,480 Naira recorded at the end of last week. Now, according to reports, foreign exchange inflows into the NFM window contracted significantly by 49.3% to $741.0 million from $1.46 billion recorded in the prior week. And moving on, strong indications have emerged that Peter Obi, the former Labour Party presidential candidate, has concluded arrangement to move fully into the African Democratic Congress to pursue his presidential ambition ahead of the 2027 general elections. According to reports, discussions around Obi's formal entry into the ADC have advanced significantly, with party structures already aligning to accommodate his political base and wider obedient movement. This development was confirmed on Tuesday in Abuja by Sam Amadi, former chairman of the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission, who said the logic of a unified opposition platform has become compelling in the wake of lessons learned from 2023 election and the prevailing national mood. Amadi says the combination of political forces gathering within the ADC could end the APC's hold on power by 2027 if the coalition remains intact and disciplined. And still on, Nigeria kept its government running in 2024 but struggled to build the infrastructure needed to support growth, raising concerns over the West African nation's budgetary priorities at a time when economic growth is direly needed to sustain reform gains. Federal budget data shows ministries largely met salary and overhead obligations while leaving hundreds of billions of naira in capital allocation unspent, stalling projects across power, roads, aviation, and environmental protection. The report shows that capital expenditure recorded weak execution across key infrastructure sectors, even as recurrent spending approached full utilization, while economists say the pattern highlights a structural weakness in fiscal management where administrative continuity is prioritized over development outcomes. Analysts added that spending on capital investment is more of a political willpower, noting that shortfalls in developmental projects may hinder measurable outcomes such as roads, healthcare, and job creation. And finally, the South African rand chalked up further gains against the dollar on Tuesday, helped by gold prices reaching another record high. According to reports, soaring prices of precious metal, a major South African export, have helped to propel the rand to its strongest in more than 3 years. The currency is reportedly on course to end the year up more than 12% against the dollar, bolstered by countries' improved fiscal performance and success containing inflation. The rand traded at 16.6875 against the dollar, up about 0.1% from Monday's close, marking its strongest since August 2022. And still to come after the break, foreign portfolio flows, are investors returning to Nigeria? Just stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship. They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our first conversation for the day. Foreign portfolio investment into Nigeria has been under pressure for much of the past few years, weighed down by foreign exchange constraints, policy uncertainty, and rising global interest rate. However, recent data suggests a shift may be underway with higher domestic yields, renewed FX market reforms, and signs of improved liquidity in foreign markets. Foreign investors appear to be reassessing their exposure to Africa's largest economy. At the same time, questions remain about the quality and sustainability of these inflows. Are investors returning because they see long-term macroeconomic improvement, or are they simply responding to short-term yield opportunities in a high interest rate environment? And crucially, what would it take to keep this capital in the system rather than seeing another cycle of quick inflows followed by abrupt exits? This morning, we take a closer look at foreign portfolio flows into Nigeria, what the latest numbers reveal about investor confidence and implications for the Naira financial market and the broader economy. And joining us to provide insight and context is Samuel Oyekomi. He's a research and insight lead at Nuremberger Financial Group. Good morning, Samuel. Thank you for joining us on Business Morning. So let's go straight into it. What do the most recent foreign portfolio flow number tells us about investor sentiment towards Nigeria right now?
Yeah, I think what we've seen in recent time is that there's been significant improvement in terms of foreign portfolio inflows, either through the equities market or even in the money market. If you look at data from the NGX as of November, the Nigerian equities market has attracted pretty much in inflows about 1.18 trillion as against an outflow of about roughly 1 trillion. And that gives you like a net inflow of 171 billion. Again, if you look at it from a general contribution of foreign portfolio investors in the Nigerian market, is currently controlling about 20.8% of the market. And coming from last year, it was about 15.3%. And at some point, it fell to about 11%. So again, that gives you an indication of increased improvement in terms of what FPIs are seeing in the Nigerian market. And I think a huge part of that is attributed to some of the policies that we've seen in recent time, especially particularly around exchange rate stability. Also in the OMO market too, we've seen a huge a number of participation also. So far this year, if CBN data is anything to to bank on right now. We've had subscription, not even subscription now, offered general total completed bids at the end of the day of over 33 trillion naira. And even if you assume that 11% of that is contributed by foreign portfolio investors, that will give you about 3.7 trillion. So a huge amount of inflows in FX have come in, and we've also seen that played in how the external reserves have also improved in recent time, over $45 billion. So I think it's quite interesting. I'm seeing that this year so far.
All right, so do you think we're seeing genuine inflows, or is this largely short-term capital responding to high interest rates?
I think when you look at it in perspective, of course, it is hot money. Portfolio investments are naturally hot, right? So when they come in, they just seek opportunities wherever they can find. And right now, what you find in Nigeria is that we have high yield, either from the fixed income side or even in the equity side. So if you look at it globally, right, I think it's only one market globally that even performs close to what the Nigerian market is doing so far. The equities has done somewhere around the region of 49%. It's only the Spanish market that has gotten around 47%. Other markets have pretty much oscillated around 17 to 25%. So the Nigerian equities market offers premium again to foreign portfolio investors. The same way for our OMO bills already printing at very high yields, right? Again, that also offers significant premium to really returns for FPIs who want to be able to chase investment opportunities. So yes, but again, if you also look at it from the direct investment point, we have also seen some level of improvement compared to where we are coming from in the last 2-3 years. Not to say that is good, because again, if you compare to about 10-11 years ago, our foreign direct investment numbers look abysmal. But when you compare to immediate recent periods, I think we're already seeing some improvement, and hopefully with a lot more of the reforms, right? Maybe we see that improve also in the short to medium term.
So how significant is the FX market stability in influencing foreign investment decisions at the moment?
Yeah, I think it's quite significant, right? We started the year at somewhere around the region of over 1,005 to $1. Currently now we trade between the region of 1,004 to 1,006, 1,440 to 1,460. And that already gives some level of appreciation in terms of the naira. And FPI is what they look at is, I want to sell my dollar high and then be able to buy it back cheap, right? And that's pretty much good for them. So apart from the returns that they get from their investment, they also get some level of appreciation in terms of what the value of the naira is. And I think that has been quite instrumental in attracting foreign investors. And what you also see in the market, just like I quoted earlier, that we've had inflows of 1.18 trillion and outflows of around the region of 1 trillion. So it tells you that it's easy entry and exit, and that has not necessarily caused any disruption in terms of the exchange rate market or even the market generally, except for about 2 months ago where we had some form of CGT tax conversation that also impacted sentiment around the market. But generally, I think FX has really been quite instrumental.
So which asset classes, and I'm talking equities, fixed income, or money market instrument, are attracting the most foreign interest right now?
Well, I think it is not quite easy to say, because don't forget our data is quite fragmented. Capital importation figures would be the kind of numbers that would help you be able to ascertain for sure where the funds are going in, if it's equities or but again, like I did a little analysis earlier, we could say generally across both markets, because inflows 1 trillion naira in the equities market. OMO market, assuming that FPIs account for 11%, already gives you about 3.7 trillion. So again, you probably want to think more to the money market side of things, because one thing, it is short, it reduces your exposure to volatility that could occur in the economy. In the next 264 days or less than 1 year, you get your return and then you hop out. And I think that will be the thinking of most foreign investors. So yeah, maybe in the money market, but again, we've also seen substantial participation in the equities market. from 15% last year to 20.8% this year. I think that's substantial. That's the highest contribution we've seen since 2021, and I think that's worthy of note.
So, to what extent has recent CBN policy helped to build investor confidence?
Yeah, I think to a large extent, right? So coming from the FX liberalization from 2 years ago, and a couple of many other policies that have pretty much ensured that the exchange rate becomes quite stable, and then ensure that there's free trade in terms of how the market, how prices react to market forces, and I think that has pretty much be a major anchor on how the market has performed so far this year. Like I mentioned, the exchange rate has appreciated from the lows that we saw at some point early last year to the region of 1,009 to almost 2,000 to a dollar. Right now we're trading 1,440, 1,460. I think that's quite good. And because of that stability, and because of some of those policies, we've seen external reserves accrue to from 40 billion earlier this year to $45 billion. We've seen participation in the equities market increase. We've seen a huge amount of money raised through OMO auctions. I quoted 33 trillion. Of course, not all from FPIs, but again, it just gives you an indication of how some of these policies have panned out and how it has increased investor sentiment in terms of foreign portfolio investment. But of course, what that also means is that we're going to be paying high cost, especially from the fixed income side and the OMO side. Government will have to pay those dues when they come. But in the interim, those serves as buffers to ensure that exchange rate remains stable.
So how do global factors such as US interest rate expectations affect portfolio inflow into Nigeria?
Yeah, I think, to a large extent it does. If you remember at some point early this month, even towards the end of November, there was pretty much uncertainty around what the decision of the US Fed is going to be like. Would it be to retain interest rate or would it be to cut interest rate? Now, in a bid to from the CBN's point of view, the MPC now, we could not preempt what the US Fed decision is going to be, and we saw that decision then was to hold interest rate, and the idea was to keep interest rate attractive for FPIs, irrespective of what decision the US Fed made, which they eventually cut by 25 bips, right? But again, it tells us that we also look at what is happening over there to be able to make our own interest rate call here, because what will happen is that if the real returns here is not so incentivizing enough, it's not so attractive to foreign portfolio investors, they would rather go to an advanced economy like the US that would offer them real returns, right? Real positive returns compared to an economy where there is high inflation, there's risk for exchange rate depreciation, and then the yield is also not so attractive. So I think they work hand in hand, and the Nigerian market definitely mirrors what happens in the global market, and beyond just the US Fed's decision, things around what happens in terms of international trade, geopolitics, international crude oil prices. A lot of these things also come together to form the basis of decision for what the interest rate environment in Nigeria also looks like going forward.
Are these inflows broad-based or concentrated among a few large institutional players?
I would expect that it will be, if you look at it from the equity side, it's going to be, of course, solid stocks. I don't see foreign investors investing in cheap stocks or what I call it growth stocks. Now, of course, they will want to invest in fundamentally sound stocks that one offers dividends or that have history of price appreciation, solid price appreciation, things around corporate governance, also ensuring that those are also tight. Again, if you look at the equities market, two indices have pretty much mirrored what the ASI has done. One of them is the NGX 30, and the other is the corporate governance index. Both of them, if you look at their performance so far this year, pretty much mirrors the 49% that we've seen from the ASI. So it tells you that how those indices perform pretty much tells you how the ASI performs, and that can tell you where foreign portfolio investors would put their monies. Of course, the other alternative is government, and of course, that's government, OMO, fixed income instrument and whatnot. Have we seen that in broad-based economic investment, and that's in form of FDIs? Not so many, but like I mentioned earlier, it has improved compared to the last 2-3 years, but we're still far off where we used to be 10, 11 years ago. And I think that should be the next goal of the government, to ensure that the economy is viable enough to attract foreign direct investment, because that is what is going to spur significant economic growth. We want to achieve $1 trillion economy by 2030, quite ambitious, but to be able to do that, domestic capital is not enough. You also need foreign direct capital that's going to stay, that's going to drive employment opportunity, that's going to drive productive activities also across the economy. I think that's what the government should be looking to do going forward.
So what risk could quickly reverse this renewed foreign interest?
So first, I think one of that has to be around exchange rate. I think exchange rate is a major factor. Right now, if you look at what our yield on investment in assets in Nigeria compared to other advanced economy, at least compared to inflation, we're doing quite well in terms of positive returns. So that gives you a check, right? A positive check. The flip side is exchange rate stability and volatility or stability. If the exchange rate remains stable, I don't see reason why FPIs would be afraid and try to leave the economy. But again, if you have volatility, that could also trigger some form of sell-offs, and then you start taking funds away. There's also the area around government policies. Also, we've always suffered shortfalls of issues around inconsistency in terms of government policy. 2026 is a penultimate year to an election, and I think a whole lot is going to be happening, because the current administration will also want to ride on some of those wins that they can achieve as part of their manifesto. So a lot of things will happen in 2026, and some of those things would either make or mar the economy, and would either attract or push away foreign investors. So it is yet to be seen how that also plays around. But I think generally, right, exchange rate and policy inconsistency are things that could affect.
So how should Nigerian businesses and policymakers interpret this movement? Do you think this is optimism, or do you think it's caution?
Personally, I think it is optimism, but for the Nigerian economy, you've also learned over time that you want to look at it from a cautious, optimistic point of view. So yes, we are optimistic. If you look at a dashboard of different macros that we look at Nuremberg, we'll see that a lot of the things around macros are green. A number of things around fiscals are red, and that suggestively will think that the tax reform could help to correct in the short to medium term. If you look at things around social indices as to like poverty rate and all that, they are also red. And one would expect that those two parts are what the government would try to tackle. And because it is not all green, even in those social indices, because those are the things that really impact the average Nigerian on the road, not so much as the macros. That's why we want to look at it from a cautious, optimistic point of view. So again, you want to always look at all sides when you analyze the economy. But for policymakers, I think they look at those reds and try to find a way to start seeing a lot of greens, especially when it comes to things that affect the average Nigeria. Is the poverty rate, how much real income an average Nigeria takes home at the end of the day, ease of doing businesses, business confidence, sentiment, and whatnot. Those are the things that impact average Nigerians. And for policymakers and government, that is what I think they should be looking at, because macros look green at this point right now.
All right, finally, Sam, before I let you go, looking ahead to the next quarter, do you expect foreign portfolio inflows to strengthen? Do you expect it to slow, or do you expect it to remain volatile?
I respect it to remain stable around current levels. Again, are there immediate risk to FPIs right now? Not at the moment, except if we hear one policy that could trigger that. But at the moment, there's no there's no immediate risk to that. We have been seeing international crude oil prices being in their 60s for a quite number of months now, and that has not had any huge impact on exchange rate or our external reserves. So safe to say that that is not a major risk at this point in time. And exchange rate also remains relatively stable also in recent times. So there are no risk. There are no immediate risks. And with that, I say going into Q1, things will remain relatively where they are before the next MPC meeting is towards the end of February. So it means that current yield environment, especially from the fixed income and money market environment, will remain relatively the same up until that next MPC meeting before we start seeing maybe a tweak around the monetary stance. So right now, I think we should still maintain status quo up at least till March next year.
Thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show, Samuel. It was really good to have you. All right, still to come after the break, energy audits, the hidden tools for quoting business cost. So stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our second conversation for today. Rising energy costs are quietly eating into business margins, especially for manufacturers, offices, and service-based companies that rely heavily on power. Yet, many organizations are paying more than they need to, often without realizing it. One tool that is gaining attention globally but still underutilized in many markets is the energy audit. By systematically assessing how energy is used, wasted, and managed, businesses can identify practical ways to cut costs, improve efficiency, and strengthen sustainability. This morning, we examine how energy audits work and why they may be critical cost-saving strategy for businesses. We're being joined by engineer Gode Chinwo, is the energy audit and emergency or energy efficiency specialist. Good morning, Mr. Gode. It's good to have you. All right, let's start with what exactly is an energy audit and how does it differ from a routine check of electricity bills?
Energy audit, let me use the medical studies, for example. It's like a full body scan of energy system. When you do a full body scan, you're scanning the whole system. Where is energy going? Where is it being used? How is it being used? Who is involved in the energy usage? So these are some of the things that we do as energy audit. So in energy audit, it involves taking time to do a forensic study of energy systems, including the flow of energy and also the appliances that energy are being used. So you take time to run a thorough check on those systems to see that what are the potentials? Is there any potential for energy savings? Is there any potential for energy efficiency? Are there systems that are not, being optimized fully? Are there things that the occupants, are not comfortable with? Maybe something is running as making them not comfortable in terms of being in the offices where they are. So it's something energy audit is all about. It takes time to do a forensic audit of the energy flow within a particular appliance, a system, whether office or in the factory or even in residential areas. So it's cut across the entire value chain of a building or a factory or manufacturing. Anything that uses energy, you can run an energy audit on them to be able to see if they are efficient in terms of energy usage.
So what are the most common forms of energy waste you typically find when auditing businesses?
The most common waste, the simplest of the common waste that we have is, for example, leaving the appliances, in the office, for example, leaving them on. So somebody, at the end of the day is close from work and is going home, and the AC is on, the lighting points are on, the fridge or the freezer, everything is on. So these are something that consumes energy, and at the long run, over a certain period, if you look at it even for a day, of a week, or even for a month, that could translate to a huge bill for the owner. And then that can be one way or the other if there is a proper accountability, if there is a proper awareness in terms of energy usage. Those things will not be there. So it's one thing first is that appliance, as in those things that are on. Then secondly, we also have motors. There are motors. Some people use motor pumps within their offices for pumping water, sort of. And those things are on also. They are not just on. They are also consuming. The efficiency of those things are not up to 100%. So we have efficiency is about 30%. And when you move 30% to about 100, that's 70% wastage of energy. So it's also an issue. And then apart from that too, we have some obsolete or inefficient appliances. For example, the people, instead of using LED bulbs, light emission diodes, they use incandescent bulbs, they use fluorescent bulbs. That also, is a huge absorber of energy. And then energy, is also wasted. So energy inefficient appliances is a critical loss in terms of energy wastage. So it's something also need to be tackled holistically from that. And then also, there are also issues as regards to some appliances that are the power factor. Something in the engineering we call power factor. It's like a safety measure. it measures it's an indices to measure how efficient an appliance is. For an electrical appliances, we tend to, what we say, tend to get to 1 as unity, or what is the acceptable value? We say it's 0.8, but once it's going less than 0.8 to like some appliances that we see, you see minus 0.9, you see minus, you see 0.3, you see 0.4. All these are unacceptable power factor, and those power factors, they are indices that account, shows that the appliances are not efficient. So there's things the appliance, the owner has to do to be able to upgrade or to correct the power factor value and to bring it up to the acceptable value, like I just mentioned, 0.8 to 1.0. So it's also something that needs to be checked also. So these are some of the issues that regards to what energy waste is all about.
Okay, so which type of businesses benefits the most from energy audits? Are we looking at large industrial firms, SMEs, or service-based companies?
That question is an open-ended question, if I want to answer, because everybody uses energy. The SME uses energy, the large consumer uses energy, the residential person uses energy, even the commercial buildings also use it. So because it depends on the intensity of the energy being used at a particular time. So take for example, a manufacturing person that does huge industrial manufacturing, maybe a paint, cement, like that, and his bill is about maybe like 30, so let's say 5 million, and he does an energy efficiency work, and it's reduced to about maybe say like 2 million. That's roughly about 20 to 30% savings for him, But for an SME person, that is profit margin. I don't know, the startups, SMEs, startups, their profit margin are very little. So a little, like even if his bill, for example, is 100,000, for example, and is able to cut his bill to about 90,000. The profit margin. I don't know if you put that profit margin to his business, you know what it means. So the SMEs are so critical because they're also the lifeline. If you check around the industries today, most of, the developed world is SMEs in China and everywhere. The SMEs that drive the industrial, economy of those places. So the SMEs are critical. So whatever margin, the profit margin are very little. So anything you can do to, to improve your profit margin is critical. So I would say for the SMEs, it's critical to imbibe energy saving culture so that you can optimize your energy usage, and then at the long run, help also to, improve your return on investment. For the large investors, large consumers, like I said, these are people that can do, they can have one way or the other, they have this buffer, sort of. But it's also important they, carry out energy, because it will also help them, in terms of securing loans, because like we just mentioned, they talk about ESG, talk about climate change, like that. So all these issues to help, in terms of, you getting carbon credit, having, if you are satisfied, ISO 50001 certification that helps industries to be able to see that they are up to speed in terms of sustainability. And if you carry out energy audit, routinely, it also helps, to show that you're suitable, whenever loans are, whatever grants or whatever you need, in terms of government assistance, or even from the private developer that wants to, come and put his equity into your business. It also helps, to get those funds. So across board, energy efficiency is an open-ended. So everybody that wants to benefit, anybody that wants to help in terms of business consumption, helping climate change issues, helping occupants' comfort is a win-win for everybody.
All right, so many businesses worry about costs. So how expensive is an energy audit, and how quickly can companies see returns on that investment?
For the cost of energy audit, energy audits, there are phases to energy audit. So we have the walkthrough audit where someone comes in, take a look at the, tour a facility or tour a residential building, or even tour an office to see which of the appliances, how many appliances is in use, and what appliances, how energy is being used in those appliances. Just a walkthrough would be like 30 minutes to an hour walk within the premises, and then that guides the person to know what to, gives an advice or recommendation for the customer. And then there is also, apart from the walkthrough energy audit, we also have the comprehensive, or we have the detailed energy audit, the detailed energy audit is where an energy auditor comes in, and then looks at it, take a time, puts in is a what's called data logger or is appliances like that, and leaves it to run over a certain period. And that certain period, as the energy is that allow the customer to live his life the way he has been living over time. And then if it's that way, you'll be able to see the ups and downs. When I mean ups and downs, he has the peak, the high peaks and the low peaks within the day and within the week like that. And that will guide how the energy plan or recommendation should be. And then we have the comprehensive energy audit, that the satisfied energy auditor comes into an equipment to an industry or even to a home or to offices also to check how energy is being consumed. And that could run for almost 3 weeks to a month, or even 6 months like that. And then it's a comprehensive work and it takes time. So asking me the cost, for example, for a walkthrough audit and a detailed audit and a complete audit. So this cost, even for the owner can do a walkthrough audit, for example, and that will save him lots of cost because it's just a walkthrough. If he has an idea, maybe as I'm just talking now, he has an idea of how to run an audit, checking out how appliances usage within his office, and say, okay, which appliances he use, how long are they in use, am I actually optimizing my energy? That will save him, engaging in a detailed energy audit. That does not take the fact of detailed energy audit away. That is important for a startup like a SME we're talking about that wants to do, he can do a walkthrough audit. That will save him cost, because quantifying that cost, I will not be able to, because several engineers, several auditors do that, and they charge whatever they want to charge, but because it's their expertise. But this cost, like I said, ranges from what you call the walkthrough audit and also the detailed energy audit, which is like I just mentioned, having a thorough analysis and of the energy usage within a building, and then the comprehensive analysis. So roughly for the least cost, I would say the walkthrough audit is the cheapest, followed by detailed energy, and then the comprehensive, which involves a satisfying energy audit that coming in to be able to carry that work, and then giving a recommendation, and also carrying out serious upgrade, serious upgrade and retrofit within that building or industry, as the case may be.
So can you share examples of simple changes businesses can make after an audit that lead to immediate savings?
Okay, a simple recommendation, for example, that a business owner can take, for example, could be that he has gone through energy, the advice has come through, for example, that the lighting are inefficient, for example. Maybe he has been using incandescent bulb, and he has been using fluorescent bulbs, CFL bulbs, to light up his factory, the floor environment, and also his offices like that, or the cabins here and there, the workstation. So he can start to do a retrofit, do a change out, a thorough change out of all the lighting points, and put an LED bulb, LEDs lightings. That alone that drastically reduces bill drastically, because it's one of the things that we have seen that have changed. There's been a game changer in the energy efficiency industry. Just changing out using LED alone to change out the lightings. Also, we have televisions these days. We have LCD, and people are changing LCD to LED televisions that they are smart homes. You can also do smart, bringing sensors into your business to be able to say when there's no human inside, please go off at a particular time. And then if there's a human, that could, just by sensing the heat or the temperature of somebody within the room, that could signal that somebody's in that room. Just by doing that alone, the AC is off like that. So that also saves installing sensors in the offices, in the business place, or even in the hotels would also help in drastically reducing energy consumption. And also, if you've been advised that maybe, for example, the air conditioner is an old air conditioner, it's an obsolete one, for example, or the refrigerator is also an obsolete one, there's leakage, there's here lots of vibration, coming up from the refrigerators or from the air conditioners or the pumps that are there, that they are, even the ducts, what I mean, the pipes that are there, they are not well insulated, or the insulators are worn out or corroded. That also is a way of, being where leakages are happening. So you can do a thorough, retrofit of these appliances. That also could, improve on significantly on your savings in terms of energy. And then to what you can also do, because behavioral change is also important, how you can advise those around you, I mean, your staffs. You can even, appoint on a weekly or monthly basis, appoint an energy manager that can account for the energy that, so that at any point, offices are closed, everything is closed. I mean, when everything is off, there's nothing on. Even for whatever is, sometimes we leave the offices leaving sockets on, sockets, leaving sockets within the appliances, leaving them the way it is. All those is what we call phantom load. The circuit is still rolling. When there's supply, circuit is still rolling. So for that, for the energy not to be consumed, you need to plug that thing off. Plug anything that is not in use at a particular time. Plug them off from the system. Once you plug them off, energy will not be consumed. Remember also that once you leave an appliance, for example, you leave a socket or something appliance on, and you leave, if there is, for example, a heavy storm or rainy weather like that, there is a storm or thunder, that is a way that heavy voltage can strike. There's a part, because everything is still complete. There's a path for it to strike, thunder to strike, and from there it gets to your appliances. And before you come in the next morning, your TV is no longer working, your fridge is no longer working. What happened? There was just a thunder that blew because you left the socket on. Not just you left it, you've off it, but you left it on. You left it within the socket, and the circuit is still complete. So it's important you disconnect completely all those things that are within the circuit. That way, you're also saving energy.
All right. So, beyond cost reduction, what other benefits do energy audits offer? And I'm talking about reliability, productivity, or even environmental impact.
In this era of climate change, we kind of emphasize why energy audit is important. It's important because apart from the cost savings that we're talking about, or true, there's the issue of climate change we're just mentioning, I'm just talking about now. What is that issue? Over 40% of greenhouse gases or carbon emissions come from energy consumption across, globally. So even Nigeria, we know that the energy usage here, there's a lot of misinformation, or maybe people are ignorant of energy usage. So because of that, the issues of that would also increase, or the issues in terms of climate change. So if you are involved in taking energy saving energy efficiency measures, you are helping to mitigate the effects of climate change. You're also helping to make the environment sustainable. Because, for example, also there are issues when climate change. People are even building houses, trying to reorientate their building so that
Do we still have you, Engineer Godday? All right, that was Engineer Godday Chinwo. He's the energy audit and energy efficiency specialist. And that's been our focus today on Business Morning. We looked at foreign portfolio flows, our investors returning to Nigeria, and also energy audits, the eating tool for cutting business cost. And the Breakfast Show continues with a big story after this break. I am Deborah Eze. Do stay tuned.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps, Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is the big story segment on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show, and we turn our focus to the climate change and environmental degradation. They're no longer abstract global concerns. They are pressing realities affecting lives, livelihood, and development across Nigeria. from recurring floods and rising temperatures to deforestation, waste management challenges, and air and water pollution. The environment is under increasing strain with serious implications for public health, food security, and economic growth. Ogun State, as one of Nigeria's fastest growing industrial and residential hubs, sits at a critical intersection. Rapid urbanization and industrial expansion have created economic opportunities, but they have also intensified environmental pressures. Managing waste sustainably, protecting natural ecosystems, and preparing for climate-related risk have become urgent governance challenges. Against this backdrop, sustainability has moved to the forefront of policy discussion, raising key questions about how government can balance development with environmental protection, how communities can adapt to climate change, and what role innovation and partnerships can play in securing a greener future. Joining us today to examine these issues is Mr. Ola Oresonya, is the Commissioner for Environment in Ogun State. We'll be discussing the impact of climate change, the drivers and consequences of environmental degradation, and the practical steps being taken to place Ogun State on a sustainable and climate resilient path. Thank you so much for joining us, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. And thank you for having me.
All right. So, Commissioner, how would you describe the current state of the environment in Ogun State, especially in the context of climate change?
Well, if you look at the context of the climate change, you'll be talking about the vulnerability, because we all know that the climate change is a long-term change in the global weather pattern. I mean, the global, regional, or global or regional weather pattern. So discussion in that area comes with question. And when we look at Ogun State as a region, as a part of the subnational, we have our own vulnerability when it comes to climate change. And the vulnerability starts from the area of deforestation, because we have a lot of forests in Ogun State. And deforestation is all about reduction of the carbon footprint. Deforestation comes from two key areas: from logging, when people really want to do this logging for business, and then when it comes to land clearing for agriculture, you are doing the deforestation also. And lastly, when you are doing this land clearing for industrial growth. Ogun State is one of the highest, the fastest growing industrial location in Nigeria. I think basically we are the headquarters for industries in Nigeria right now, with a large number of industries that we have. At the last count, we have close to 1,000 peak large industries, which is the highest aggregate you have in Nigeria right now. And when you look at that, talking about deforestation that comes from these developmental activities, deforestation is a consequence. So carbon footprint, which we have created for Lagos anyway, because when you look at the Lagos geographical setting, Ogun State wraps around Lagos, and Ogun State has always been the main carbon sink for Lagos, when Lagos was the highest industrial area in Nigeria before. Right now, Ogun State is growing in industry too, and we are reducing the carbon footprint. We are reducing the carbon zinc. So our carbon footprint is increasing, and we are reducing the carbon zinc. So that is one major area of our contribution, area of vulnerability when it comes to climate change in Ogun State, and we are focusing seriously on that. Then the next one is on our vulnerability is our industrial emission. Our emission level is increasing on a daily basis in Ogun State because of the number of industries that we are having, because of the power consumption from the power that has to be generated. There's an increase in appetite for power. So our energy transition program in Ogun State is very, very high. We're focusing on that to make sure that we divest, we focus on decarbonization of our industrial growth. So the decarbonization program is one of the key areas because of a high level of industries and a high level of emission And lastly, one of the key areas of our vulnerability is in the area of waste management. On a daily basis, our waste is growing in Ogun State. And not just waste for Ogun State. This time around, when Ogun State is talking about waste management now, you're not talking about Ogun State alone. You're not talking about Lagos also, because Ogun has to support Lagos in waste management strategies. All right, Lagos is growing in waste, and there is less land for Lagos to dispose its waste. So Ogun State must be made ready, prepared to support Lagos in waste management to enable the vulnerability of the two states to be balanced when it comes to climate change vulnerability. So if we look at it in that context, I think we've been addressing our own area from that vulnerability point.
All right, let's take a look at the specific climate-related challenges Ogun State is facing today. So we are centering on Ogun State, and when I say climate-related challenges, I'm speaking about flooding, erosion, or extreme weather as it is now. So how severe are these impacts?
Well, the flooding that we have now in Ogun State, I may not want to ascribe that to climate change. No, I don't think so for now. Most of it are still man-made problems, okay, and uncontrolled development programs. So the kind of flood that we have in Ogun State, no. It will be an escapist strategy to now ascribe that to climate change, and so that you run away from doing what you're supposed to do. We have a lot to do in our hydraulic network to ensure that flood control, yes, we address it. And I don't think it's a climate, I won't put at the doorstep of climate change yet. Maybe when we talk about the tidal fluctuation, okay, that means the southern part of the state and our own exposure to the lagoon is very small when it compared to Lagos. Lagos has that more vulnerability when it comes to coastal flooding. And what we have in Ogun State is predominantly inland flooding. Only very small segment of the Sherry area is exposed to the backslash from the Lagos coastal flooding. The other thing Ogun State has when it comes to flood and erosion is a gully erosion. And gully erosion, yes, it's still not about climate. Gully erosion is not climate change. It's all about uncontrolled human development. And when you don't organize your development, don't say that is climate change. That is all about governance and putting the right structure to manage yourself.
Speaking about the governance putting in the right structure, what policies or intervention has the Ogun State government put in place to mitigate climate change and address environmental degradation?
Well, the first thing we have to do is to align with the national goals and objectives, in line with the nationally determined contributions. To make sure that we support the national policy when it comes to climate change. So in aligning with that, what we did or what we are doing is to develop our own climate action, the sub-regional climate action. And the climate action I've given you, I've made mention right now, is what are the actions to mitigate or adaptation and mitigation measures for the vulnerability. And I've told you the three main vulnerability areas that we have for us in Ogun State. That is deforestation, okay, and industrial emission, and also waste management. So these are our climate action is centered around these three major areas, and decarbonization is at the forefront of it. So that is one key thing, our climate action. Then we have a climate office, domicile in the Ministry of the Environment, where we have, then it's an interministerial committee that looks at, for example, Ministry of Agri, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Physical Planning Ministry, and other ministry, Ministry of Justice also, because you have to look at the legislation and the rest of it. So we have these interministerial structures that addresses this vulnerability from various angles. So we have a work in progress, and we are aligning with the National Climate Change Council objective and programs.
So let's move our focus to still on waste management and the urban growth. With rapid urbanization and industrial expansion in Ogun State, how is the government balancing economic growth with sustainable waste management and also environmental protection?
Well, yes, just like I said earlier, Ogun State, we are growing, and the last count from the Bureau of the Bureau of Statistics, National Bureau of Statistics record, our annual population growth is one of the highest in Nigeria, and population and commercial activities has a direct correlation with waste generation. So definitely waste generation in Ogun State is increasing on a daily basis. The last analysis we did, we generate more than 4,000 tons on a daily basis in Ogun State. And I'm sure by now, if we have to do the next study, which we do next year, we must have climbed higher. So industrial growth and human population and the rest of it, our population and our waste management is growing. Now, talking about sustainability in waste management, yes, our strategy is to be able to bring in the private sector, and the government is positioned to de-risk investment of the private sector in waste management. You know, when you have to provide service and your service is incentive driven, that means, you know, if you work hard, you make money. That is business on its own. So we design our structure to be an appetite for entrepreneurs, and that means a private sector participation, PSP. And we have various instruments to handle the risk of the business for those who are investing. That way, the business will grow, becomes bankable, and will stay ahead of the waste, and also provide for waste service in Ogun State, and also neighboring states can also benefit from the success we are creating in waste management in Ogun State. And that's been our structure to ensure that the private sector is at the forefront of managing the upstream and downstream. Upstream is the collection, and downstream is the disposal and the recycling area. Now, to close up the loop in that area, because of our high industrial growth, we're looking at industries. We are incentivizing the circularity within the industrial sector. Industries that are adopting circular strategy, we provide incentives for them as a government, and that way sustainability is assured, and they are able to reduce waste and convert it into new things, into new items, give that waste a new life. So we are creating hubs all over the state right now where you can actually aggregate recyclables and get money, get compensated for that. And those aggregates will now feed the recycling industry. And by the way, we have the largest number of recycling industries in Nigeria. We're recycling in Ogun State right now. The PET bottles we recycle on daily basis in Ogun State is more than 1,500 metric tons on daily basis. For paper is almost close to that too, about 1,300 to 1,500 metric tons of paper recycled in Ogun State. For the ferrous and the non-ferrous metals, yes, the same thing. We are the headquarters. For the non-ferrous and ferrous metals, we are the highest in Africa. Ogun State is where you have the headquarters for recycling. So generally, Ogun State, we have a capacity, and we are developing even our regulatory capacity to match up with the modern day technologies for this recycling, and ensure that waste management in Ogun State is a delight, all right, where we can create green jobs and be able to attract greater investors, while government is positioned to de-risk those investments.
Important is community participation and also the private sector collaboration in having to achieve environmental sustainability, and how is the state encouraging this?
Well, just like I mentioned earlier, for the private sector, I've given you the incentives we've created, and let me emphasize on what I call about the community hubs. That is because the low hanging is a low skill job. We are creating what we call the community recycling centers, where the manufacturers of plastics, manufacturer of these potential pollutants, they partner with us, we provide land, and they build these recycling hubs. And we hand them over to communities. We hand those recycling hubs over to communities. Community get to own this, and we provide incentives when they bring all these recyclables to those communities. They get paid for it. They wait and they get paid for it, whether it's paper, plastics, or metals. You get paid at those areas. So, and those who have to offtake will come to those centers and offtake from there. So in Ogun State right now, our target is to have about 35 to 40 of such hubs. And right now, we have about 8 as we speak. We have about 8 of those hubs, and we are developing more on a daily basis around Ogun State. So by the time we have those recycling hubs, there would be the downstream area to collect, to aggregate the materials needed for those industries that are located in Ogun State. So we create a line of job, and communities can be busy, and then the industries also, they are busy. That's on one side. Then for industries on their energy transition, if you look at the cement industries, for example, in Ogun State, we have the highest number of cement industries in Nigeria, all located in Ogun State. And when it comes to their energy demand, it's very high. When we look at the carbon footprint, they have one of the highest contribution in Ogun State. So what we're encouraging them to do is the decarbonization program, the cement industries generally, so that we are not using what we call the refuse-derived fuel. We convert some of these waste into RDF, we call them refuse-derived fuel. And this refuse-derived fuel they provide this RDF to these industries so that some of them can use this instead of using fossil fuel or using coal. So we turn this refuse into fuel that these cement industries can use to fire their kilns. Okay, when they use it to fire their kilns, it reduces our carbon footprint, and thereby industries are also able to benefit from our policies, from our policy goals and direction.
Is Ogun State assessing climate finance or partnering with international organizations to fund environmental and climate-related projects?
Yes, we have a project ready. We've done due diligence, and what we have right now to do is financial disclosures. That's on our decarbonization. We have major cement plants in Ogun State that work with us, with McKinsey, with NC3, with Nigerian Sovereign Fund, and we have the Netherlands Investment Fund also, and we have these financial disclosures that we are doing very soon. We launch the RFP, and so that people can now bid, and we have funding. This financial disclosure, and those who are going to offtake from the green bond will be able to go to market and get our RFP launched properly for those who will invest in a decarbonization program. The decarbonization program is to aggregate our waste, turn them into RDF, and be able to sell, because we already have offtake concept agreement in principle with the cement industries to offtake this product. So market is there already. Funding, yes, will be coming from the Green Fund. Then also the investors are also showing interest in investing in this process with us in Ogun State. So we are making progress in that area.
Finally, Commissioner, what message would you like to leave with the residents of Ogun State and Nigerians at large about their role in protecting the environment and building a sustainable future?
Well, for my people in Ogun State, the residents of Ogun State, we know how we cherish our environment in Ogun State. Our environment in Ogun State is our legacy, is our asset, is the only legacy we have to protect and preserve it, and to make it livable for us and our future our families. So let us join hands with the government to make sure that we preserve Ogun State together. Just like our cliche in Ogun State, we always say that ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn àjùmọ̀ṣe gbogbo wa ni. Ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn àjùmọ̀ṣe gbogbo wa ni. I'll explain that to you. that means it's a collective responsibility. Development of Ogun State is a collective responsibility. So for my people in Ogun State, let us live by this word. Let us live by this cliche to make sure that that symbiotic approach to governance in Ogun State, especially environmental governance in Ogun State, we entrench it and we all benefit and pride ourselves as the most livable state in Nigeria and also in Africa. That's our goal.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Ola Oresonya. Thank you for sharing your insights on the big story this morning. And the Breakfast Show continues shortly with the social listening segment. Just stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stand.
Welcome back. This is a social listening segment right here on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze, and I'm right here with
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine. So let's get straight into the conversation and see what Nigerians are engaging with online today. And our first conversation gaining attention is the trend that Nigerian boxer Anthony Joshua will face a tax bill of about $66 million on his blockbuster bout with Jake Paul in the United States, despite reportedly earning $92 million for the contest. Joshua and Paul shared a $184 million prize pool following their heavyweight exhibition fight on Friday night in Miami, with $92 million each, representing the biggest payday of Joshua's career. And according to reports, Joshua is now expected to pay multiple layers of tax that will significantly reduce his take-home pay because the bout took place in the United States. Let's take a look at some of the reactions to the story. And the first reaction we have is from Emmy. And Emmy said, he has every reason to pay taxes, or taxes-based amenities are visible and their government can give account for every penny received. Second one from The Consequences, and he said, Dumbo system that works for all, not a country where you don't get value for money. In a system that works, cretins like you will be in jail, but keep hustling for your subscription. Another one, is the problem paying tax? What are the UK and USA government doing with their revenues? You can simply tell, but what do Nigerian government do with theirs? They embezzle them, so what motivation do you give the taxpayers when you don't work nor protect them? So I think Nigerians are actually getting all this wrong, because Joshua is obviously paying less for what he actually, got. Paying 66 million out of, that's not less. So I thought it was 6. Oh my gosh, out of 92 million. That's okay. That is actually a chunk. That's like a larger chunk of the money. But like the tweet says, they don't have a problem with paying tax because they know what, and they're going to see what the government is going to use for, the tax. What do you think about it?
I mean, truth be told, if you look at it closely, you see that there's a huge divide there. Although the second contributor, right there, social media, was dragging Nigeria on the other end, saying, if the tax is going to be used well to better the citizens or better the country, why not? But unlike Nigeria, please, can we stop using narratives to always demean Nigeria for what it is?
How is it narratives?
I mean, because we know that, so things don't work the way they're supposed to work in our country. It does not mean that our tax reform or tax system will not work. Let's wait till January. Let's see if maybe some of us will be able to smile or cry.
The politicians. See, no one is saying the tax reform would not work. Instead, we've said it that the reform looks so good on paper. That is what every Nigerian has come out to say. I don't think any of them have come out. The only time doubt has had a rise for the tax reform was when somebody from the House actually brought it to our notice that what was given to sign into law is not what we are actually seeing now. I think that's the only time Nigerians looked at it and it became a thing.
At the beginning already, we are seeing a gray line.
Yeah. So I
at the beginning. We're not even close to the middle at the beginning. We have not even started, the tax that hasn't even started, taking effect. We're already saying, wait. Oh, there's a gray line. Apart from the gray line, but those of you who think that you can now waste time, I can't get my tin, or I can't get don't worry, you have NIN. Let's use NIN.
So I don't think the problem is to pay tax. Just like the way people believe in paying tithes. They believe that once they pay tithes, God's actually going to give back to them. The way they have that belief and it's working for them.
These are my eyes.
That's why I said the way some people have the belief. I did not say Valentine. Some people have that belief that tithing works for them. Right. I think that's how they want to have the belief that, okay, if you're taking a part of my money, you should actually put it into a system. That simply means next year, we should not sit down here and we're talking about the health sector going on strike, the education sector going on strike. We shouldn't be talking about insecurity. We shouldn't be talking about bad roads. Me and you shouldn't be saying, we don't have up to 20 hours power supply. This should not be conversations that we should have.
This should be conversations for countries that are not as big as Nigeria.
Countries that don't pay tax.
So having said so now, the question now should now be, if as we wait for next year to come through, if it finally comes with the tax thing being implemented, which is to start working, can we, at least for what it's worth, if you're going to give us a dirty slap, for what is what? For what is what? Allow us to cry. We want to see transparency. You see, if our hard taxpayers' money is being used to sort out this issue of roads, electricity power supply, health sector, and we'll begin to see improvement, who am I? In fact, they even say they want to add extra 5%. I can manage.
Calm down now.
I'm just
Calm down. Even David.
But I don't think Anthony Joshua will have a problem with that, if at all. He's in the UK, he's paying his own tax over there. But now that he crisscrosses UK, back to Nigeria,
They have their own laws.
Step in Nigeria, and you have your phone number, means that you already have NIN. That part of that is money. Federal government to ask him, boy, come. You've entered Nigeria. Can we have some of that your bout money, that your boxing money, that your money with Jake Paul? You will pay some tax. As soon as you land Nigeria, take up your phone to make a phone call. I'm sure now that they're saying you don't have TIN number, don't worry yourself. Your NIN can get the job done. As soon as you answer your call, which means your line is now active, you will get a text message.
I think that was a smart move from the government, because I thought about it. Just like when the whole NIN pandemic thing happened, it got to a point they were like, okay, you know what? Once you have a BVN, we're going to just link your BVN to. There's some people that have BVN generated name.
Right.
So it makes perfect sense that that's a way for them to get the money, and then that it's not a matter of people are not paying their taxes anymore.
There's a hook.
Because you have a way of getting your money.
There's a hook. Can you imagine where you get a lot on your phone, text messages, meaning to say that as soon as the text message lands of credit to your account, maybe from where you work, the salary account, you cannot deny it any longer because your NIN is now tied to your BVN. Hold on. I'm saying something now.
You're removing your tax before you get your money now.
I know. So the point is, you can't even lie to say, wait a minute, I paid my as soon as you get the text message, your tax has been removed. Your next month's tax is waiting for you.
Why do I think you're so excited for this?
Do you know why? So this way, I now have a good excuse for people who ask me, Uncle Valentine or Mr. Valentine, can I have? I just tell you straight up, government has collected the money. Straight, no time to waste.
Okay, now they know. Anyways, let's move on to another conversation. Another topic Nigerians are reacting to is the conspiracy allegations against music producer Don Jazzy and former Mohit star D'banj by veteran Nigerian rapper and singer JJC Skills. JJC made some strong claims about his fallout with Don Jazzy and members of the former Mohit circle, alleging that Don Jazzy, D'banj, Ayo, and DJ Abbas conspired against him at a time when he believed they were meant to help him connect properly with the Nigerian music industry. He claimed that Don Jazzy recorded a song with him, while D'banj also had his own song. But unknown to him, the group allegedly had other plans and was making statements about him, including claims that he was cheating and refusing to pay them. Reacting to the allegations, JJC insisted he was shocked, stressing that he housed them, fed them, clothed them, and took them to shows. Let's take a look at what netizens are saying concerning this. And the first one from Smart Eye said, I remember their squad then, JJC and 419. They used 419 to scam JJC. What a life. Everybody were just looking for opportunities then because Kenny's was the cabal of the entertainment industry in Nigeria. They used JJC money and influence to step up. Another one from Uche, and Uche is reacting to two other people and said, LOL, everybody wants to be a boss at some point. A former boss will always see it as betrayal when people under him leave him to do greater things. Another one, yes, another angle you can use. This is one of those stories that shows the darker side of the industry. Early connections can make or break an artist, and when expectations aren't clear, resentment follows. If true, JJC's experience is a reminder that talent alone isn't enough. Trust and transparency matter just as much in the music business.
I like the fact he ended saying in the music business.
Yeah.
It is a business, although it is show, but it's show business. Meaning to say that from the onset. Yes, I understand JJC, right? Someone who I've met in person. He's a cool, fantastic guy. But
Yeah.
you see, I keep telling anyone who wants to listen, just the way you take it seriously when you want to do business, either in shipping business or business in whichever other business, finance business that needs proper documentation. Do not allow your emotions based on friendship to blind your eye from you making strong decisions that you put on paper. I'll tell you, even from the angle of, oh, you want to help somebody, document every single thing. If not for the fact that someone might come tomorrow to tell you, oh, no, I never had a deny you or something. But let it be the fact that you as a person, you can now even grow because you keep records and you keep history.
Yeah.
So now he has come on social media to now say that these two gentlemen, you know, were not sincere with him, and you know, all that he has mentioned, you know, and then he housed them initially, all those claims. At every point in time, anyone who is successful needed someone to push them across. We know this things. And when you haven't gotten there, most definitely you are vulnerable. So I haven't become a big name, brand name. But Debbie is a big brand name. So I lean on Debbie. Debbie, help me out, right? You agree. And we start up this journey. Where you have made a mistake, Debbie, is that you've allowed your emotions, right, be clouded, right? You're using be clouded by emotions, that you have towards me saying, oh, let me just help this person. It's okay to help somebody. But when it has to do with business, document it all the way, because tomorrow will come. And guess what? There'll be a different story. Now it's a different story.
Yeah.
Even in the marriage, people don't know this.
Why did I know you were going to link it to marriage, Valentine?
Because it's a union, even in the marriage. Yes, I love you, you love me. That is emotion. But
No,
it's what they call.
I think when it comes to marriage, it's different.
So let me just land. So the most important part now is, at that point, why did they now say come and sign? It becomes a contract. It's a contract. You sign that, look, I will be with you, come thick and thin. You sign, and make it worse, now sign a prenup. So there's no story. So that's why you now see most people, when they now fall out, is it a bitter fallout, or maybe it's a fallout for the good? But most of the time, it's a bitter fallout. In this case, the band most definitely and Don Jazzy have become so successful in this music business. We're business television. You see why I'm stressing the business. Once you know it's a business, take it seriously from the onset. This is how I approach things. So, on the side, some record label thing, and I'm trying to help one or two young artists. I tell you, look, I want to help you get to meet this person that can help you more, because I know this person, right? As someone who's an intermediary. This is my own quota. This is my own percentage. Can we sign it? Even if it's a text message that can send us an email. Can we have a document that will show that you and I were connected in this business and we're moving to the next level?
So don't you think, now, things are not the way it used to be 10, 15 years ago in the music industry. And I must really give it to I don't like to call them upcoming, I like to call them uprising artists. Now they understand that, see, even if I'm not there, everything has to be documented. It wasn't like that 10, 15 years ago. I'm sure if it was like that, JJC won't come here, and you know, what we are hearing now is not going to be the same.
It was, but the problem is
it wasn't really like that.
Even now, do you know, even now, some people boycott that important legal area and allow friendship to cover.
Anyone who does that
People do that
still
now.
very, very, because you know, the entertainment, when it comes to law, entertainment law wasn't really a thing. It just recently that, you know, people, I knew when it became a boss, okay, you can be an entertainment lawyer.
Right.
I didn't know. That's when people started knowing that, okay, you can actually get royalties from things like, it was just recently. So I think that's just the case. My problem is coming to now cry foul like this because, you know, one person is successful and another person is not successful. I think it's just, you know, an act of envy. Well, because you know that you didn't do what you're supposed to do. So why, okay, if Don Jazzy and the band were not successful now, let's look at it this way. Do you think JJC will come out and have this conversation?
Absolutely not. But you know what? He's someone who I said before that I know. If, for instance, I had no prior communication with him in the past, I would say this guy is a very selfish guy. But he's as easygoing and simple as it comes.
But you don't do things based on relationship.
That's what I'm hammering on now.
Yeah.
So there's a lesson to be learned here. What's the lesson? Those out there, you have influence. Those out there, you have the money, want to help somebody. The question now is, before you do that in a business that you know can be a viable business to take you and your conglomerate somewhere, look, do not overlook the idea of the legal matter. Very important.
Very, very important. All right, let's move on to the third conversation, which is the rumor that fire engulfed the newly launched museum built by self-acclaimed financial expert known as Gege. But before we take that story, let's go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll see more of it.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZD Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Welcome back. This is still the social listening. Now, the third conversation, which is the rumor that fire engulfed the newly launched museum built by self-acclaimed financial expert known as Gege. The clip, which circulated on social media, showed the exterior of the building on fire, while the financial expert also posted the clip on his Instagram handle. Gege, however, debunked the rumor officially, saying the fire outbreak image was AI generated, raising mixed reactions across social media as many questioned the reason behind the fake circulation. Now let's take a look at some of the tweets and what Nigerians are saying concerning this. Now the first reaction from that's from Gege himself, and he said, "Please ignore the AI generated image of my museum circulating on the internet. December 21st, history was made in Delta State as millions of Nigerians gathered to witness the opening of the first private museum in the history of Nigeria." He's trying to let you all know that, it is what it is. And we have from Dolakwa, "So you decided to let it fly for over 8 to 12 hours before debunking it. I know what you are." I want the final reaction from Samuel, and he said, "Anyway, I never believed it as I didn't see any video of the house burning. So I checked with my AI app and it shows it was AI generated picture. Congratulations, my brother." Before we go to whether there was a fire, whether it was AI generated, whether it was publicity stunt, please, why did Gege become a financial expert?
So this is a very great question. I sit back and ask myself, what is the criteria really for you to be quote and unquote, expert in a particular field? One, you must have had some level of,
certification.
Exactly, institutionalized in some certain way. Yes, he has huge followers. I'm not hating on him anyway. Yes, he has, some kind of attention.
Followers for people, your gender.
Their gender, not my gender.
Your gender.
Well, I know that generation, not my generation.
Okay.
I mean, come on, I'm not following him. So
Speaking for you all, so
interested. So the question now is, if for any reason it is a publicity stunt, to what end? Is it to become popular? It's already popular in somewhat way.
You have to keep
So to what end? To make sure there's some form of buzz that continues. I think for what it is, if that was publicity stunt, I think it was a cheap one. Secondly, a museum. So if they say he built a museum, I'm wondering what's in the museum. Is it a statue of
men and why they shouldn't give women money?
I don't understand. So but whatever it is, like I said, if that is a financial move to create business and the business becomes viable that we employ people, good and fine. I have no problem with it. I'm all about following the business, train, make sure adds value to the country, give jobs to people, and I'm fine with that. But what my question now is geared towards is the angle of why is it that he chose to talk about it 8 hours or 9 hours after? Is it to allow it to sink in?
Maybe he didn't. I'm not a fan of Gege, and I've never made Gege's business my business. You get what I'm saying? But to give him the benefit of doubt, how are we going to know that he built a museum if they didn't, talk about it?
I'm just saying for the first time.
Exactly. So I think that's the point.
Right.
Create a buzz so people can actually start talking about things that they don't know about, and that's the museum. My own is, you people that see Gege as a financial expert, how is it going for you? Did anybody send you Christmas money? No, I'm sure not, because you are not listening to the right financial expert. If you really need to listen to financial experts, grab a copy of the BusinessDay newspaper or subscribe to the premium program where you get to get fresh and real financial advice and not from people that will tell you not to give a woman money.
Well, he actually made some points there. Yes, he made some point there, although not 100%, but he made some point. I'll leave that down.
What's the point? Well, that's why Valentine has actually promised to get me something since November, and I'm yet to get it.
All prayers for gift this year ends by the end of 25th of December.
I wish you well.
So anyone that catches me before then will get their prayer.
Anyways, like I was telling Kayode, because he listens to Gege and because he's a wicked man, that is why.
But Kayode has become successful.
Are you sure?
Which means that Gege's idea and financial advice has earned him the ability to work 38 hours a day.
I'm sorry for you. Anyways, I hope you enjoy your Christmas as much as we're enjoying ourselves right here on set. I'm not allowing you.
One more thing. Save the chickens. Can we save the chickens? Don't kill chickens.
You said it already. Don't care. So those of you that cannot afford chicken, or you want to save the chickens and listen to Valentine's advice,
right?
Please, you can actually get goats or
the
be like me.
The life of chickens matter.
Hey.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, it's still the season of Christmas, and of course, these are the stories the Nigerians are talking about today. Thank you for watching the social listening on BusinessDay television. We cannot wait to bring you the Christmas Day edition. We promise that it's going to be packed and you can enjoy it alongside your chicken and All right, I remain Deborah Eze, and I didn't do this alone. I did it with.
I am Onyeka Valentine.
All right, join us next time. Have yourself a wonderful holidays.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums,
for almost the last 14 years. I think this is was recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products.
In the countries where they work efficiently, you find that the port is also efficient. Vessels can call in and leave very quickly, and in so doing reduce the costs for the importers and the exporters, which goes on to reduce costs for manufacturers and consumers generally. If customs are not operating at optimum, that immediately impacts on how quickly you can clear your goods, both coming in and going out. We've tried, and I know government has tried to automate their operations. They have this bdtv. bdtv caused mayhem to begin with because it was not working properly, a lot of downtime, and no other option. And that impacted on both goods coming in and goods going out. Manufacturers who are expecting raw materials for production were waiting 6 to 8 weeks, almost 2 months. And that in turn means that, their factories were not able to produce some of the things that they were producing because of lack of some of those raw materials. It is now a bit more efficient, but, again, lessons learned. Some of these things, you can test run them before you roll them out. And unfortunately, these government agencies don't think from a commercial perspective. They just roll things out, and then industry is impacted negatively because you have not taken the time to test run it properly before you roll it out to us. We've complained, we've interfaced with customs because they're auctioning containers in a way that does not make sense to us. It should be first in, first out. That's logical. Follow your own procedures as set out in your Customs Act. If you go to their website, the procedure is there. You're supposed to get a court order before you start auctioning people's containers. That's not what we're seeing. 30 days containers with high value items, they auction. And then the auction, what they call an auction, you find, and I have the information, is the same price. Is that logical? If it's an auction, at least some of it should be higher, some should be lower. It's almost the standard price. And regardless of the value of what is inside that container. So you have a container that has goods worth $100,000, you auction for $2 million. You are not following your guidelines. I had to issue a letter to my members to say, if they come and say they want to auction, do not give them those containers until they follow their own guidelines and follow the act to the letter. I've also interfaced with them to say, stop doing this, please. First in, first out. There are containers that are 4 years old. Why are you not auctioning those ones? So we need customs to be more transparent and to follow their own due process in this auctioning of long-stay containers. Another major problem we've been having across the shipping industry is stowaways. NIMASA, Marine Police, they are supposed to keep the waters safe. They don't pay the cost. The shipping lines pay the cost. It's exactly the same policy as they have with airlines. But why is it illogical in relation to shipping? Because the airlines have, it's people boarding your plane. You have the opportunity to check, do you have a visa before you can enter Nigeria? Or do you have a Nigerian passport? If you don't have a visa, I will not board you. So if you carry an individual, a passenger who does not have a visa or a Nigerian passport, I can penalize you because you've had the opportunity to check before you boarded that person. With a stowaway, I don't have the opportunity. They didn't tell me when they stowed away in my rota. I didn't check them. What I carried was cargo. Why are you penalizing me for people who boarded my vessel, who sneaked into my vessel? Do you understand? It doesn't make sense. And it's just an unfair policy that needs to stop. Protect my vessel from stowaways. You're not. Then on top of that, you're penalizing me. You're making me bring them back at my own cost. And then you're fining me on top of that. If we think about it, how does it make sense? It doesn't make sense. So that's the policy that needs to change. Government needs to think about it. Something else that we're encountering, and is the Marine Police. I have the data, and because I have the data, I don't speak about anything that I cannot defend. And I'm calling everybody out, one after the other. You have to do better. They're writing to my members, asking them to detain containers that they're investigating illegal activity. But the truth of the matter is, when those the owners go to the Marine Police, there's no investigation going on, generally speaking. It's effectively a toll gate. You get 15 of those letters in a week, in a day, each of the shipping lines. That needs to stop. We've engaged with them. We'll continue to engage. But, I mean, the Nigerian public deserves to know what's going on. And now I come to Nigerian Ports Authority. Nigerian Ports Authority has a number of duties which impacts on the efficiency of the industry. So when the vessels come in, they are supposed to provide the tugboats. Those tugboats are generally not in good condition. Sometimes they don't provide them. We are, you pay NPA. NPA already increased their rates. And yet, we have to then hire tugboats privately. So you're paying double. So these are some of the challenges that have leading to serious inefficiency in our ports. On airport has a particular issue. They will only permit vessels to navigate between 7 a.m. and 4 p.m., which means there's a lot of idle time. What's insecurity? Why do we have NIMASA? Why do we have Navy? Why restrict the 7 a.m. to 4 p.m.? Which means there's a lot of idle time at that port, and it's well below international standards. And we need Nigerian Ports Authority to look at improving that situation. My expectation of government and why we're making this public and saying to Nigerians, we have agencies. We expect them to work efficiently as they do in other countries. Because when they're not working efficiently, it is affecting all of us. What affects the maritime sector affects every Nigerian. Because this sector is an essential part of our day-to-day cost of living. If you're in manufacturing in Nigeria, you're moving your raw materials in by sea. The only thing that generally travels by air are passengers and light cargo. Everything else is coming by sea or going out by sea. So I'm doing my agricultural commodities and taking them out. These inefficiencies impact on the quality of my exports, my competitiveness in comparison to my neighbors. Why is there such a high rejection rate of Nigerian agricultural produce? Because we have such delays. By the time I load my container here, and it takes me 6 to 8 weeks to get it out of the country, my competitor they've done 3 turnovers. It goes out immediately, it gets to there 2 weeks, I'm still sitting in my Nigerian port waiting. So these inefficiencies from our government agencies, they have a duty to do, and they have a duty to do it right and to do it efficiently. And that's what I expect from them. I'm not saying don't do your job, I'm saying do it well.
Good afternoon and welcome to Business Day Television Roundtable. We do this every week, and where we bring up issues and discuss them, and then of course provide perspective, and then of course also try to provide solution to what we think could be of help to our country, Nigeria. And today we'll be focusing on what has just happened in the House of Representatives, where the expectation of Nigerians that the House will actually criminalize vote buying at party primaries. That hope has been dashed. The House of Representatives has refused, as it were, to criminalize vote buying at party primary. But of course, vote buying has remained one very critical issue that Nigerians talked about a lot during election. So at the general election, you see people, talking against it. But the expectation was that at least at the level of party primaries, that if you criminalize that, then the positive effect, will actually again impact on the general election, where different parties then go out to, seek and voters vote to be able to go in an election. But unfortunately, the House of Reps of Nigeria has refused to criminalize it at the party's primary, meaning that the big wigs of the various political parties, whenever they are going for their primaries to select who will be their flag bearers in any election, to go then, face other political parties. At that level, it means that you can buy votes. That's what it means, without there being seen as a crime. But at the general election, it is a crime, as it were, because we would now see EFCC, the DSS, and the rest of them going around, especially EFCC officials, going around on the election day, trying to arrest people that are seen, giving money out to voters to be able to vote. So that's what we are going to be looking at today, Zeb and Chuka. I mean, of course, two gentlemen in the studio with me that we've always had them. It's always been three of us, discussing these issues. The Sunday editor of Business Day and Mr. Zebulon Agomo, and of course the assistant editor also here at Business Day, Mr. Chuka Uroko. Gentlemen, you are welcome. Like I said, on election day, we usually see officials of the EFCC, going around in their uniform, going around, looking for people who will buy votes. Of course, arrest them, try to prosecute them. But that is on the general election. But the primary election is at the party level, is within the party. And one would have expected, for Nigeria, had expected that at that level, if you can stop vote buying at the level of primaries, that will positively, have effect on the general election. It means that you stop at that level, and then politicians will not have the courage, to then come out to buy votes on general election day. But unfortunately, the House of Reps has refused to, criminalize it. And I'm going to start with you, Sunday editor, Mr. Zeb. How did you receive this news of the House of Reps, refusing to see this as a crime at that level?
Thank you. For me, there was no surprise there, because I can say that I've seen it all. I have seen through the National Assembly we have these days, and I discovered that anything can go, anything goes there. So whatever that you are hearing or that you are seeing coming up from there shouldn't surprise anybody. And unfortunately, Nigeria has a crop of politicians that is just heavy and self-servers, people who are not there just for the interest of the people who we say elected them. People are just there to line their pockets and whatever. So first, the question to ask is, what is the motivation for downing that clause? It's just because they know that they themselves are going to contest one election or the other in the next run of the next cycle. So what they have done now is that they're, as it is said, they are pouring water on the floor, on the ground, so that they will step on wet ground. So they knew that if they make any law today to criminalize that, it will also catch up with them somewhere. So what they have done is that they have let it go so that they themselves will not be entangled therein. Unfortunately, we have seen where EFCC tried to pull a wool across over the eyes of Nigerians by going to polling units to monitor elections. It's not the duty of EFCC to go to. What are they doing there? If the security agent or agencies we have, like the police, that is empowered to do such things, fail to do what they are doing, the FCC has no job going there. The EFCC should even be an agency that the police, whoever the police says, okay, prosecute and hand over to EFCC. That's where their job should start. Not coming there to parade as if anything seriously was happening. Coming back to, I have argued on this table that if you remember what happened in 2022, when the Electoral Act was amended, Nigerians clapped, Nigerians cheered, Nigerians thought that 2023 election was going to be wonderful because a lot of far-reaching decisions were made, and that Electoral Act was supposed to have given Nigeria a very credible election in 2023. But what did we see? At the last minute, everything was buccaneered. So what the people are doing now, you know, if you go to the House of Representatives at this time, it's populated by members of the ruling party.
Because of defections.
All progressive
Congress.
APC. APC. So what it means is that they can override whatever. So they have the two-third majority in the House to take any decision they want to take. And now they are going to participate in another round of election. So what they simply did was just to arrive at what I would call a fait accompli. So this is what we want, and when we are going in for the election, the money we have stockpiled, we will begin. And don't forget, once they win a primary election and they have got the ticket of their parties, the general election is just sacrosanct.
Okay,
So
let me bring you in, Mr. Roku. Zeb said something about the fact that these lawmakers, they know that if they criminalize vote buying at, primary level, within the party, primary level, at the party level, that it will catch up with them, right? But I want to ask you, should lawmaking be self-serving? Should lawmaking be self-serving?
Thank you very much for that question. Of course not. It shouldn't. If lawmakers ab initio were elected to go and represent the interests of their people, their constituents. So whatever they will be doing there is for the interests of the people, not their own interest. So it's already a misnomer for anybody to go there to go and start thinking about himself or herself, as it is the case in Nigeria today. But we know that in this country, when these people are seeking elective positions, they don't have anybody's interest in heart or at heart. And that is why they themselves, they spend money to get there. And that money is a kind of mortgaging the conscience of the people. Once you have taken the money, the person is no longer answerable to you for anything. And that's why when they go there, they do exactly what they want and not what the people do. Because there's no place where the constituents and their representatives will sit and say, oh, this is what we are going to do for us. This is the way we want you to do. This is what we want you to do when you get there. There's no such meeting anywhere. And even if there's any such meeting, they will only come there not to discuss, but to share money to them. So that even when they see what is wrong that they are doing, they will not say anything. So, in summary, it is not good for lawmaking to become a case of self-serving. It should be something that will represent the interests of the people, which is the purpose of electing those people. Because it's only in a democracy that you see representatives. And democracy is about the people,
that's why it is called
for the people,
democracy.
and by the people. And so, for us in this Nigeria, we have already defined democracy, or there's no democracy at all in the country.
Zeb, like you said, lawmaking shouldn't be self-serving. But when you have lawmaking becoming self-serving, what should the people do?
Yeah, unfortunately, the Nigerian people over the years have been emasculated to the point that people believe that it's no longer reasonable for them to go and queue to vote for anybody. Particularly going by the experience of the recent election of 2023, where people believed, in fact, many people believed that that election was going to be very credible, going by the
preparation.
And for the first time, the young people, the youths, came out to register, and they made up their mind that they were going to vote, and they came out en masse to vote. They really voted, but I'm not sure if their choice was what really played out at the end of the day. So for that, you could also see that elections that had taken place, the off-cycle election that had taken place since after 2023 general election, have continued to record low voter turnout.
Yeah.
So the voter turnout had been drastically low.
Yeah.
Look at the most recent, the Anambra
election.
Yes, people say it was an improvement of what used to happen. But going by the fusive campaign and all the noise that were made about that election, it was abysmally low. I mean, the turnout. So it's a full test of what we are going to experience in 2023, because people have lost interest. People are now saying, let them have their way. So after all, we can't change it. Even if we vote, it doesn't change anything. And when a people have come to that summary, that conclusion that whatever they do will not change anything, then it's a very dangerous thing to any country. And that is where we are now. And I'm not sure that the ruling class is interested or is doing anything to change that narrative. Because if we look at their body language, it still shows that people are very, very interested in grabbing victory, no matter how it comes.
Yeah.
So where we are now, the politicians we have, their minds are made up to grab the victory and run. And they will tell you, go to the court. And we know what is
will happen there.
All right. So, but Chuka, can Nigeria realistically conduct a credible election if at a credible general election, if at the level of party primaries, vote buying is not criminalized? But at the level of the general election, like I said, you will then see the EFCC officials going around polling units and trying to stop people from buying vote, and trying to arrest people who are seen buying vote and the people who are seen receiving money to vote. So at that level, can we say, okay, then can we have a credible election at that level when at the party primaries the vote buying is allowed, or so to say, is tolerated at that level? But in the general election, you are saying no. Can we?
Let me put it this way. You see, Nigeria can have credible election if the will to do it is there. The challenge you have in Nigeria is that there's no will to do anything properly.
But I'm coming. Is it not that already a wrong fund is like foundation?
No, he may be saying something.
What I want to say is that we have a country where all the laws to ensure that there is order and credibility to do anything are there. But the laws are put aside. Let me just give you an instance of, we have Electoral Act. An Electoral Act just exists in principle. It exists just in papers. In the same way, if you come to real estate, for instance, there's something they call foreclosure law. Foreclosure law means if a tenant consistently defaults in paying his rent, then the landlord has a power to take back his property retrieve the property from the tenant. But it doesn't happen because the tenant can go to court and make sure that that case stays perpetually in the court. And for so long as the court is still working on the case has not been decided, he continues to live in the house. It is the same thing that plays out in our electoral system. The electoral system, there's Electoral Act. When we are, like my colleague pointed out a few minutes ago, the preparation for 2023 election gave everybody every hope that we are going to have something different from what we have never had. But somewhere along the line, something happened. So because of that, our propensity to make something happen that will truncate a good process. That's why we cannot have a credible election in Nigeria. Well, if you talk about primary elections at the party level,
yes,
that is I think for me, it's an entirely different case, because parties have laws guiding their association, and such laws will make sure that certain things are done. But at that level, because it is the case of the highest bidder, whoever bids the highest takes whatever is available. That's why at that level, I don't think it is, if what happens there may not be necessarily impact on what happened at the general election. So for me, I will not say that what happens at primary election can decide or determine what will happen at the...
let me jump in there. Look at it. It goes a long way to determine what goes on at the general election, because the mindset they were already a made up mind that
I have the money.
Through our money that we got these tickets. It is also through our money we are going to follow through to the general election. You know, if you have ever visited a water production plant, you discover that as soon as the water is pumped with drill, it comes with a lot of impurities.
Yes.
Then it goes through processes. If one of the processes is faulty, you will now begin to have a polluted water at the end of the day. So that foundation, from where you pump that water, and the treatment levels all
have to be clean.
They have to, all the processes have to be followed.
Yes.
Until the last process that will give you the clean water and the glorification process, where chlorine will be added and everything. If they are not followed, you will even be testing some of these things, and you know that this water is not pure.
It has impurities.
It has impurities. So, going by your question, it is not right that we should start from level A to get it wrong.
Exactly. Yeah.
If we get it wrong from point A, chances are that we cannot get it
wrong at point B.
Right.
At point B.
You know why I had to go? My argument was that the laws governing parties is different from the laws governing the general election. At party level, I think there are some.
Yes.
You know, there are some things that may not actually apply at the general election.
No, so, but they are all about it's about voting. It's not about voting because delegates are coming to vote. Yes. So if you buy votes at that level, it means that you have you have
already tainted the process.
Yeah, the process is already tainted.
And you carry it over to the national election and to general election.
Let me read, because there's a reaction to this. Let me read what Peter Obi said. He said, by refusing to criminalize vote buying at the foundational stage of party primaries, the House has chosen to protect a broken system rather than safeguard the nation's future. You know, he went on to say, any effort to stop vote buying must begin at the primaries without addressing the problem at its roots. Any measure taken later will lack the strength to endure. According, that's Peter Obi. Peter was saying.
If you don't tame a monster
at the very beginning,
how then do you expect to, you know? But Zeb, I asked a question earlier on. When lawmaking, as it were, you know, becomes self-serving, what should the people do? Because this is a representative, you know, a democracy, and I do not think that any Nigerian will say, "Look, I endorse vote buying." So, if the people who are sent to the National Assembly to represent the people are going against the will of the people to do what is clearly self-serving, I mean, just looking after themselves, as in this case, I mean, look, let's do this thing such, because they know definitely that that the ones involved, because it is not the people on the street that are delegate during party primaries. It is they themselves, members of the National Assembly, party school, and so who are delegate during primary. So when lawmaking becomes self-serving, what should Nigerians do? I mean, should we begin the process of well, this is also a very difficult thing in this part of the world, process of recall. Say, look, that is not what we send you to go and do. I mean, shouldn't we be looking at that?
Yeah, the
recall.
Unfortunately, as you have noted, process of recall is just
and doesn't.
It may be very difficult in our own client. It may work other places because there are too many stumbling blocks on the way. That is said, but I want to tell you that the major problem we have in this part of the world is because poverty has been weaponized. Those who are in power recognize that if the people are kept poor, they cannot galvanize any opposition that will be meaningful to take them out of power. There's a story that is being told, or that was told, about Joseph Stalin, former USSR general, who he wanted to demonstrate to his followers how to deal with poor people. Yeah. He grabbed a living fowl and defeated the fowl. And at the point that the fowl was about giving up, he now dropped the fowl that was bleeding heavily, and now began to drop corn
for it.
And he walked back to his seat and sat down. And the fowl was following him because of the corn and was trying to grab. He said, this is how to treat people. When you oppress them to the point that see they were giving up, they were dying, you just give us more. That's how
lifeline.
Have been dealing with us. So to that extent, you do not muster enough critical mass to challenge
constituents
to challenge these people. Why these people are saying these people representing us are bad? They throw in some small thing they call empowerment, while others are divide and rule. So we cannot galvanize ourselves. So that is why it seems it's very difficult for us to speak with the same voice here. And that's why it also appears that these people are having upper hand. And they have learned the culture, and they have known that is what is happening, and that is why they are preying upon to deal with it.
Okay, but that itself has some consequences. And so, Chuka, I'm going to ask you, what are the long-term consequences of vote buying, in a constitutional democracy?
The consequence is so clear that, like what we have in Nigeria today, is a consequence of that kind of thing. We don't have good good leaders. At the end of the day, good leaders don't emerge. Take, for instance, last general election we had. One candidate came out and said he was not giving money. Some candidates were throwing about money. Even though there was a little bit of, because even the person who said he was not giving money still was voted massively, but the system refused to accept him. But generally, in our kind of democracy, the bad effect or the implication of vote buy is that bad people are thrown up for election. Yes. And it becomes a case of money, those who have the highest money bags are the people that now come up. That we see, let me just mention them, like people like Patu Tomi, them, who are good, who have proven that they can make impact if given the opportunity. But such people don't come near because they don't have all it takes to get there. So, in a nutshell, what actually happens is that we don't get the kind of people that we need to grow our economy and even move the country forward. Because of the faulty system the faulty system that we adopt in electing people into positions of authority. It's always those who come there are people who are, these are people who already made. They have all the money, and their aim is to go and get more so that they continue to stay there. So it's
those are the dire consequences. But talking of electoral reform, because of course in this case now there is you could cure this cancer, with electoral reform, right? And so I would like to ask you, where should our electoral reform focus more on? Is it on internal party system or the general election outside of
the parties?
Internal party? Because again, I ask this question because we've also seen the problem that internal party squabble has also has created. I mean, across the various political parties, especially as we have now, whether you're talking of PDP or you are talking of Labour Party or you are talking of even SDP and even ADC, we are seeing some, even within the APC, the ruling party, we are also seeing some of these squabbles. So where should we really focus more when it comes to electoral reform? Where should we focus more on? And of course, again, I'm also asked because at some point you hear there was a case by the Supreme Court that it's the internal party affair, you don't need. So, but again, we can use electoral reform to cure some of these diseases, that are affecting our, politics.
Democracy.
So where should reform really focus on?
Do you want me to tell you the truth?
Go ahead, sir.
The truth is that the present crop of politicians need to be behind bars. All of them. If any meaningful progress was made in our body. Why do I say so? The system has been so corrupted that it needs a total flushing of the characters of the political
players.
Because as long as the people we have here, there is no amendment, there is no attempt to amend any electoral or any constitutional whatever that could work. So if that is not possible, it will need a miracle of mind cleansing, of total repentance. I mean, spontaneous repentance of all the politicians, all the political practitioners in the country. A situation where we wake up in the morning, nobody knows what has happened over the night. All of them say, we repent in ashes
and in reality.
In reality, people in Nigeria will say, wow, this is happening. Except such a thing happens, or there's a system that will say, okay, you see all the politicians, we are going to put you behind bars for 6 months. These are the two possibilities. Apart from that, who are the people you expect to make laws in there as we have?
Thank you, Zeb. You have painted a very pathetic, gloomy picture. A kind of a hopeless situation. Is it really a hopeless situation? I mean, let me hear from you. Maybe in the next, just a few seconds. Is it really a hopeless situation? So, are we doomed? Really?
Looking at the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria, it looks a bit hopeless because who starts the cleansing? Who will implement it? Who will make it happen? And then how can you gather these politicians into a particular place, even if Jesus Christ is coming? Some of them will not come. So some won't be there. So it is a hopeless situation. Let us be honest with ourselves. But I believe that God does not forget his people entirely. And because we are a people that thrive on hope, we keep hoping that one day something will happen in a very positive way. Because it happened in Ghana. Even though that is, nobody prays for that kind of thing. But we believe that maybe something very spontaneous, something that we cannot even explain, will just come one day like a rapture. And everybody will wake up to find that he doesn't even know where he is. Whether you are living in a hut or you are living in a skyscraper, you just find yourself on the ground anywhere you are. But that kind of thing is an illusion for anybody to start thinking about it. So we believe that nothing is too big for God to do. But for it to happen, we must attune our minds, attune ourselves, attune everything about us to making it happen. That is the only time I think.
All right, thank you, Chuk. I think that's a very good place to wrap up. On the note of hope.
Yes.
That look, nothing is impossible. I think we can. A better Nigeria is still possible. So we keep hope alive. We continue to pray. I mean, Nigeria, we know we love prayer a lot. And of course, in any case, God answers prayer.
Yeah, it does.
So, but again, quite sincerely, we need to play a part too. I mean, as much as possible, we need to put pressure on our representatives in the House of Reps, in the Senate, and just to do the right thing. And we hope that they will one day, maybe on their own, if we continue to put pressure on them, they will eventually say, look, let's just do the right thing. We can't just continue like this. So this is where we wrap up. Gentlemen, thank you so very much for being with me in the studio. And viewers, thank you very much for staying tuned. This is where we call it a wrap. Thank you. My name is Joshua Bass.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
You are watching Business Day Television.
This is the Business Day Television News Update, reaching you live from our studios here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Naira extends gain despite 49.3% decline in weekly FX inflows. And Lagos can generate a 1 trillion naira yearly from property tax, says Oyedele. Dangote alone cannot meet Nigeria's fuel demands, marketers insist. And Nigeria to implement an off-light vehicle policy in 2026. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. The Naira on Tuesday extended its gains in the official foreign exchange market despite a sharp decline in weekly FX inflows. And data published by the Central Bank of Nigeria showed that the Naira appreciated by 0.5% as the dollar was quoted at 1,449.98 Naira on Tuesday, compared with 1,456.56 Naira quoted on Monday at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. In the parallel market, the Naira traded flat at 1,482 Naira on Tuesday, unchanged from Monday, but weaker than the 1,480 Naira recorded at the end of last week. According to reports, foreign exchange inflows into the NFM window also contracted significantly by 49.3% to United States $741.0 million from a $1.46 billion recorded in the prior week. And meanwhile, Chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, Taiwo Oyedele, has revealed that it is possible for Lagos State to generate up to 1 trillion naira annually from property tax, if the potential in the sector is harnessed. Oyedele revealed this on Tuesday in his keynote speech at the Tax Reform Summit 2025, convened by the Office of the Special Advisor on Taxation and Revenue and the Lagos State Treasury Office. And while emphasizing the need for standardization, transparency, and harmonization of tax practices to reduce compliance costs and improve taxpayer confidence at the subnational levels, Wedele highlighted the potential for tax revenue from properties worth just 2 million taxable properties in Lagos, valued at 100 million naira, generating 1 trillion naira annually in taxes. The tax committee chairman also challenged Lagos State to demonstrate leadership as it relates to data and the enactment of the legal framework for tax operations at a subnational level. As still on, the major oil marketers have insisted that the Dangote Petroleum Refinery cannot on its own meet Nigeria's petrol supply requirements, despite recent sharp price deductions and growing domestic output, warning that a dependence on a single source is already creating issues across the downstream market. The Executive Secretary of the Major Energies Marketers Association of Nigeria, Clement Isong, revealed this while responding to questions on the impact of Dangote Refinery's recent gantry price cuts from about 828 naira per litre to 699 naira per litre, which have driven pump prices down to 739 naira per litre at many MRS filling stations. Isong said all members currently purchase petrol from the Dangote Refinery, stressing that supply constraints, logistics, challenges, and timing issues make it impractical for the refinery to be Nigeria's sole source of supply. The secretary said the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority planned well for the Yuletide season by granting licenses for importation, adding that marketers' supply needs vary widely, while noting that reliance on a single refinery operating from one location naturally creates bottlenecks. Coming up, Nigeria will begin the full implementation of its end-of-life vehicle policy in 2026, aiming to improve automotive waste management, reduce environmental pollution, and create jobs across the country. We'll be right back.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
And welcome back to a news update on BusinessDay television. Now, the policy will enforce regulations on vehicle manufacturers, importers, owners, and recycling operators to ensure proper handling and disposal of old and decommissioned vehicles. Now, this information was obtained from a document provided by the National Automotive Design and Development Council, which outlines the government's plan for nationwide rollout. According to NADDC, the 2026 rollout is aimed at fully activating existing end-of-life vehicle and automotive waste recycling regulations across the country, driven through awareness and sensitization campaigns to educate vehicle owners, mechanics, transport unions, and the public on the environmental, economic, and safety benefits of ELV recycling. And away from that story, the immediate past president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, Davidson Alaribe, has urged the federal government to ensure that Nigerians enjoy the dividends of the taxes they pay as it begins the implementation of the new tax law. Alaribe revealed that while the new law aims to bring all taxable Nigerians into fulfilling their civic responsibilities, such patriotism must be matched by the government's provision of essential services to citizens. The former president also advised the government to show dividends of democracy, ensuring that infrastructure is put in place with roads, security, and many other necessities. And Nigeria recorded a fiscal deficit of about 5.7 trillion naira in the first 6 months of 2025, reflecting continued strain on public finances amid revenue shortfalls and elevated government spending. And data from the second quarter of 2025 budget implementation reports released by the Budget Office of the Federation show that while the deficits were lower than budgeted projections, they remain significantly higher than levels recorded in the same period of 2024. The figures highlight the federal government's growing reliance on domestic borrowing and external concessional loans to bridge the widening gap between revenue and expenditure. Despite remaining below projections, the deficits point to persistent structural challenges in Nigeria's public finances, particularly weak revenue performance relative to expenditure obligations. The Budget Office noted that a second quarter deficit translated to a deficit to GDP ratio of 2.64%, which is within the 3% threshold set for Nigeria under the ECOWAS convergence criteria. And now to end the local news, Nigeria's National Counter-Terrorism Center has raised alarm over the role of some point-of-sale operators in facilitating ransom payments to terrorists and criminal gangs. The national coordinator of the center, Adamula Kar, disclosed these on Tuesday during an end-of-year media briefing in Abuja. Elakara Major General in the Nigerian Army spoke amid a renewed wave of kidnapping for ransom, particularly in northern Nigeria, where armed groups have increasingly targeted schools, places of worship, and rural communities. According to LACA, investigations into terrorism and kidnapping cases show that ransom payments are increasingly routed through POS terminals. And while the system has improved access to financial services, LACA says it has also created loopholes that criminals are exploiting. And coming up, Uganda turns to Bahrain-based financier for $2 billion to accelerate refining plans. These and more after the short break. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You're welcome back to News Update, and I'm moving on to Africa. Uganda National Oil Company has agreed to borrow up to $2 billion from a subsidiary of global commodities trading giant Vitol, marking one of country's largest energy sector financing deals as it accelerates investment in domestic petroleum infrastructure. The loan will be provided by Vitol Bahrain EC with a tenure of about 7 years and an interest rate of roughly 4.9%, according to Ugandan government officials. Parliament has already approved the borrowing plan, positioning it as a non-traditional funding option at a time when external sovereign financing has become more expensive for Africa governments. The financing will support a range of oil-related infrastructure projects, most notably Uganda's long-planned domestic crude oil refinery, as well as fuel storage terminals, pipeline links, and transport infrastructure tied to the country's petroleum supply chain. And also, a South African court has rejected a $3.2 billion settlement between the country's energy regulator and power utility Eskom over a tariff circulation error. According to reports, Eskom in September acknowledged the mistake, which would have been passed on to consumers. The High Court in Pretoria issued the ruling on Sunday as George Jan and Swen Paul said the parties had failed to explain how they calculated the figure, describing the proposed settlement as little more than a thumb's suck. The settlement reached in July came after Eskom challenged a January decision by the National Energy Regulator of South Africa regarding the scope of electricity price hikes starting April 1, claiming it was entitled to an additional 107 billion rand in revenue. The court ruled that settlement without public participation violated policy and ordered the regulator to consult the public before making a final determination. Now, on the foreign scene, Asian markets went into the Christmas break Wednesday on a mixed note as investors struggled to track a record day on Wall Street, fueled by focused topping U.S. economic data. Now, after a healthy start, the regional stocks reportedly stuttered into the close, while gold topped $4,500 for the first time amid U.S. military and economic pressure on Venezuela. Traders in New York pushed the S&P 500 to an all-time high in response to figures showing the world's top economy expanded 4.3% in the third quarter, the fastest pace in 2 years and much quicker than expected. The report, which was boosted by healthy consumer, the business spending, provided some reassurance to investors about the economic outlook after a string of increasingly weakening jobs data. Now, with the economy appearing to be in better shape than expected, investors reportedly pared their bets on another Federal Reserve interest rate cut next month. And still on, Ukrainian troops have withdrawn from the embattled eastern town of Seversk as Russia continues its steady, albeit slow, advance. The Ukrainian military said on Tuesday it had acted to preserve the lives of soldiers and the combat capability of units, adding that Russian forces had a significant advantage in manpower. According to reports, the capture of Seversk brings Russia closer to the last remaining fortress belt cities of Sloviansk and Kramatorsk still in Ukrainian hands in the industrial Donetsk region. Earlier in the day, officials said 3 people, including a young child, were killed in massive overnight Russian drone and missile strikes on Ukraine. And now to entertainment news. The Actors Guild of Nigeria has countered criticism from the Christian Association of Nigeria over actress Iniedo's film Dirty Christmas, insisting the movie is an insult to the body, insisting that the movie is not an insult to the body of Christ. Khan, in a statement signed by its president, Archbishop Daniel Oko, earlier stated that the movie showed a lack of respect for Christendom. Addressing the concerns, the Director General of the National Film and Video Censor Board, Shaibu Husseini, acknowledged that the film passed all required legal and regulatory processes before its title received approval. Husseini, however, asked for the 3-year-old actress to adjust the title in response to the objections raised, while the actress appealed to the Nigerian Film and Video Censors Board not to remove the movie, expressing her readiness to make adjustments to the title. And away from that, actress and producer Tonya Abraham has achieved a remarkable milestone with her latest film, Over Sabi Auntie, becoming, in other words, the second highest opening film in 2025 with box office earnings of 99.8 million naira in its opening weekend. The film, marking Abraham's directorial debut, advanced a screening on December 18, generated significant buzz among audiences, paving the way for the nationwide release on December 19th. And meanwhile, the movie tells the story of a well-meaning but overly involved auntie who tries to fix everyone's problems, leading to hilarious misunderstandings and torturing revelations. You're still watching the Business Day Television News Update. We will bring you updates from sports after this break. Stay with us.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job, build your business. Ours, handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Hey, welcome back to News Update. And now to sports news. The Moroccan police have launched a judicial investigation into the illegal resale of tickets for the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations following widespread complaints from fans. Authorities said 8 suspects were arrested in coordinated operations across several cities after police monitoring units detected social media posts advertising AFCON tickets outside official platforms. Investigators believe organized networks bought tickets in bulk from the official website and resold them at highly inflated prices, with tickets originally sold for about $15 were reportedly resold for as much as $150. The ticketing issues led to thousands of empty seats at the 70,000 capacity Moulay Abdellah Stadium in Rabat during the opening ceremony in Morocco's first match against Comoros. And police said investigations are ongoing to identify other individuals involved as supporters continue to urge authorities to restore fair access to tickets and ensure full stadiums for the host nation's matches. And now to end the news, Nigeria's Super Eagles opened their AFCON 2025 Group C campaign with a 2-1 win over Tanzania's Taifa Stars on Tuesday at a complex sportive diverse of match began at a high tempo, with Nigeria enjoying early dominance while Tanzania threatened on the counter. The breakthrough came in the 36th minute when Semi Ajayi headed home Alexi Wobi's lofted cross and given Nigeria a 1-0 advantage at halftime. Tanzania, however, drew level just 2 minutes after the restart through Charles Mwabwa, who capitalized on a loose ball. Nigeria responded swiftly, reclaiming the lead in the 55th minute as Ademola Lookman fired a precise left-footed strike from outside the box to restore the Super Eagles' advantage. Goalkeeper Daniel Nwabali and defenders Calvin Bassi and Ajayi stood firm to secure the win, placing Nigeria top of Group C. The Super Eagles next face Tunisia on Saturday, December 27, before rounding off the group stage against Uganda on December 30. And this is where we wrap up the Business Day television news update. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insight. I am Destiny Mama. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Inoma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
my dance, make it hurt.
An official of NAFDA will say, please bring that thing down. I want to see. My wife will like this.
If there is something about Market Pulse, just know that we will go through the 7 seas and mountains just for you to explore every market in this industry. Hello and welcome to another episode of Market Pulse. And today we're at Lawansi Market exploring the home appliances industry. So follow us as we feel the heartbeats of this market.
If customers are weeping and the seller is also weeping, nobody is happy.
Today, we are turning up the heat on a trend reshaping household spending across Nigeria: the surge in demand for thrifted and Tokumbo home appliances.
I've been in this business for close to 30 years. I grew up in this area. When I left university, I found myself back to Sule Lawansin. And that was even when Tokumbo business started gradually here in Lawansin, Sule, like fridge businesses. That was early 90s, and because I live around and I grew up in this area, the only opportunity I had was maybe going outside Lagos for my degree program, that's the UNN. Having gotten that, I came back. I made a Lawansin that accepted Tokumbo business. So as early as 1990, this place became a beehive of Tokumbo goods, fridge businesses, videos, electronics, kitchen equipment, and gradually I keyed in. You know, kitchen equipment is very, very wide. There are kitchen equipment, there are domestic, there are industrials, then there are bakery equipment, you know, so whichever one you want to enter into. It's very, very interesting, but the scope is very, very large. You can never have knowledge of all of them, because every day technology is improving. There are times things will come out, you say, what is this? Or someone has to educate you on even what it is and how to use it. So it's not been easy. Kitchen equipment is very, very wide. So every day I'm learning, every day I'm studying, every day I want to enter into new areas of it. Everything has increased and it's affecting sales, really affecting sales, because the joy of this business is patronage. And if the customers are weeping, of course, and the seller is also weeping, you know, nobody is happy. I want a situation where I bring in markets or I buy markets and people will come within a short space of time, they are all sold. Price of things have really gone high, and I pray that maybe with time, as time goes on, if our leaders, if they hearken to us and really put their hearts into governance, at least bring the price of these things down, Nigerians will really be happy. Nobody is really happy. You might think you are making the profit, but if you think you make enough profit, by the time you go and get other things, for instance, I'm not into fashion, but I know I have to buy clothes for myself. If you want to enter into any boutique to buy clothes for yourself, you before you know, you have wasted that same money there. You spend the whole money there. So you take a little thing home, having spent so much. So it goes round. Nobody's happy.
With inflation still biting and the naira under pressure, many consumers are finding that buying brand new appliances is becoming a luxury.
If you do not chop maybe 3 square meter, you cannot be saying, let me buy AC. For more than 30 years now. And now it's very, very costly. Before, like, say, 10 years or 15 years ago, somewhere you can start this business with maybe 500,000. But now, I said it all, over 2.something million at least. And I complain that because the cost of the goods is too high. They cannot be. You say this business is luxurious one, so it's very, very high compared with the thing started from that Tinubu and Buhari regime. The thing is, before you can see 1 horsepower for 12,000 or below, but now 1 horsepower is 140,000. In a space of 2 years or so. So it's very, very costly. And making us not to feel comfortable with our business is not moving fine. Imagine something that we bought for 12,000 naira 2 years ago. Now it's 140,000, 150. You see, it scares away customers from coming to purchase or buy. I complain that the cost of this is too much. It's so much. We can hardly say 1 week or so. We will not sell because of the high cost of the goods. It's very, very alarming. It's very, very big. It's very, very difficult to cope in Nigeria these days. Compared with this, our business is very, very high. And right now, it's not the season. Maybe if to say the dry season, throughout it has been raining all days. Yesterday it rains. Or at times you come here 1 week or 2 weeks, you will not sell anything because of the cost, of the rising cost.
Of course, there is still a feeling of distaste that surrounds the Tokumbo home appliances. It's no-brainer though why Nigerians largely opt for these tested products, with inflation almost being at an all-time high.
Before you can use 200 naira to buy a lot of things, but this time around with 1 million naira you cannot buy anything tangible.
Market surveys also show that thrifted appliances can go for 40 to 60% less than brand new units. Well, depending on brand and condition.
For the past 10 years now, the business now, I can say, is times 10 of what we are using for investment before. Like the money you invest before. Before you can use 200 naira to buy a lot of things, but this time around, with 1 million naira, you cannot buy anything tangible. You are reacting so badly because what somebody is buying 10 naira before, this time if you come, you tell the person it's 50 naira, you know how the person will feel. So the reaction now is something else. The customers are not happy. And we too, we cannot do otherwise because we sell things the way we bought. Well, I can't say that I've had losses because when inflation started, I have some goods when inflation started. I sell based on the current price as at the time the inflation started. So I sell with the price of the current. The difficulties there is that the customers, they are not buying things the way they used to buy before because the price is outrageous. The price increased, so they find it difficult. They find it difficult. It's difficult for us. Now you can see when you come here, I'm just sitting and looking outside. Unlike before the inflation started, when you come at least you meet like 2 or 3 customers. But this time it will take 2 hours or 3 hours before you can get 1 customer. At times they will come and price, they will not buy because the price is high now. There's no way I can go home and sit down without doing anything. That would be another problem. So, however it is, we'll still be managing it. We'll still be pushing.
Information reaching us is that life starters, young renters, first-time homeowners usually have a higher demand. So if you fall under this category, here are some of the prices of essentials so you don't walk into the market clueless.
If it's just cookers without ovens, these flat ones, they are on the high side now. Talk about 60,000 naira. If it's 3 burners, 60,000. If it's 4 burners, 70, 80,000. I'm talking about Tokumbo ones. We have Korea cookers that are just 2 burners. Those ones are also 60,000 naira. Then if you want to go for brand new ones, talk about 100 and something, 200,000 naira. They're about 150,000 naira. They're about. These are cookers without ovens. So if you want to buy cookers with ovens, those ones, Tokumbo ones, 300,000, 350, 400,000 as the case may be. 5 burners with big oven, all those are 700,000 naira as the case may be. As of that time, that drum barbecue, charcoal barbecue, I was going for 25,000 naira, but now it's going for 200,000, 250,000. So you can see the extent, which I remember people will come here, they want to buy something, and then they give you $100. You know, $100, you quickly go to Lansing bus stop, you understand, and change $100, 25,000 naira. So $100 that time, 25,000 naira. So maybe the value of what they have bought was 25,000 naira. So they give $100. But now that same $100 is now 150,000. So like this thing that I once sold for 25,000 naira, this drum barbecue, the $100 feed there was 25,000, but now $100 is 150,000, and yet you cannot get it. So you need to have a close to maybe $150 or $130 for you to get this drum barbecue. So things has really gone high. There's one small electric jug I saw this afternoon. Very small things, this traveling type. You understand? And it's Tokumbo. And the person was saying, was pricing 5,000. And I know I bought that in non-tested, 8,000 naira. I was telling her 8,000 naira non-tested. You know the meaning of taking a risk of buying something that is not tested. It can be scrap in your hand. You understand? I told her, I said, pay 12,000. I said, okay, pay 10,000 naira. Do you understand? Person, are you saying this is 10,000 naira? I said, I bought it 8,000 naira non-tested. And I'm selling it to you tested. You can see the risk.
Electric kettle now, I would say the least you can get now, the smallest one of it is 10,000 naira. The one that are bigger, that one you can get for 15,000 naira least. Microwave, we have the deals we have now is at 5,000. We have the one that is up to 60,000. Air fryer, we have the one of 40,000, the one of 50,000. Iron 15, 18, 20, depending on the quality. Because all of them are not of the same quality. A rice cooker, I have the one of 35,000. Pressure pot, we have the one of 35,000 naira, and also we have the one of 50,000 naira. And these are things before you can get for 5,000 naira. But this time, inflation have made all of them to go high.
If you are buying a window unit, maybe for 1 horsepower, you can get it now for maybe 130 or 120, as the case may be. Then for split, you can see split 150, 160. And it depends on the size. Like window unit 1 horsepower, you can see it's 130 or 140. But for split on the same 1 horsepower, you can see it 160, 150. And if the installer, if you are to they install to fix this one for you, they may take like 50,000 or 45,000 to fix the split on. But the window on, in as much as the hole is there, you can lift it and put it inside the hole without any money. So that one is more preferable. But some people will say that they don't want this window unit, old fashioned. But in the actual sense, that one is so-called old fashioned works better than space. There's no problem.
But it's not all smooth sailing. Even with the rise in demand, there are several risk factors which the dealers and buyers alike have to navigate through.
As of 2000, during that COVID, I remember the exchange rate at that time. The first time I imported was during that COVID. That was about July, August. And with about 5 million, you can import at least half container load of goods. That was around that July 2020. But of course, you know now, with 30 million, you understand, you cannot even import half container load of kitchen equipment. The truth of the matter is Tokumbo is Tokumbo. You understand? Tokumbo has his own price. Brand new has his own price. So the moment you buy, sometimes importers, I see their lamentations. You know what they pass through. And I believe that government should understand this thing, because what comes around, they say what goes around comes around. You bring in your market to the wharf, so you clear your market, and as you clear it, you know, they want to examine the containers. NAFDAC will come and say they want to examine, they want to check what is in the container. An official of NAFDAC will say, please bring that thing down. I want to see it. Oh, my wife will like this. And they have sent him to examine and leave. But he will say, bring that thing down. I want to, my wife will like this one. After that one, he will take it to, and that thing, the man bought those things with his money. Then standard organization will come and look, bring that thing. Oh, my second wife will like it. Bring it. They will take, before you know, they vandalize the container for the man. And the man will be weeping, having paid so much in clearing, having paid so much in shipping. The same goods, when it comes to his warehouse, of course, he's not on the road, you know. Sometimes all these police will be on the road. They will also collect their own. These hoodlums, Alayepu will collect their own. The man finally discharges his goods. The man will sit down and calculate his total expenses. He will put it back into the goods, and you find out that the man is not losing. You understand? The man is not losing. It's Nigerians that are losing, because everything will go back to the goods. All the pains he had incurred, we will calculate them and put them on the goods. And before you know, there may be goods one could have bought for 10,000 naira. It's now 40,000 naira. We are suffering it. Come down here. How? Is it that we bring in your goods at the wharf, and then they now suddenly tell you, okay, we used to clear it for 20,000. Now, please bring 5,000 or 10,000 and clear it. And how has it come down? Or has this exchange rate come down? What determines cost of goods is the exchange rate. You understand? It's the exchange rate. And of course, people don't import the way they used to import. So if it were before, by now, containers will be on every street. Because some of us, our brothers and sisters who are over there, they want to bring in goods so that when they come, they'll sell, use the money, maybe to build for those who wants to build and take care of their families back here in Nigeria. But now nobody wants to come in again. Before, an average importer brings 5 to 10 containers. So the person who used to bring 5 containers before is now bringing only 2 containers. The person who used to bring 2 containers is bringing 20-feet container, not even up to a full container. So when you go to warehouses, warehouses are empty. And and once there are few goods, more people will chase those goods. So inflation will come up. So when goods are not really in supply, many people will be chasing the ones that are available. So it will automatically force the price up. So I don't think prices are going down. Prices are going up. Because there is no indices to show that prices are really coming down. The customs, the Standard Organization of Nigeria, the NAFDAC at WARF, they are still there. They will still examine the containers, and they will still collect what they want to collect. They impose the fines they want to impose. And so when it comes, and as the containers are going, most of these customs will also chase a container that has been cleared at wharf. Sometimes they will trace it back to the warehouse and will say these are contraband goods. And before you know it, either they will settle them, and before you know it, all these things will add to the cost of the goods. So I don't think. So things are not coming down.
There are warehouses. We have customers that are overseas that bring the goods. So we do buy from them when they offload. That is where the problem lies, because the cost of importation, according to the importers, is high now. The cost of importation, the custom duty and all those things, they are very high now. So that is where the problem lies, because they increase their price. Like what I buy this month, 500 naira. Next month, maybe if the price have changed, they too will change their price. So we the final consumers, we also change our price.
Beyond affordability, there is also a sustainability angle, as more Nigerians are embracing refurbished items, helping cut down electronic waste and extend product life cycles. It's a shift that mirrors global trends in sustainable consumption.
Fair use, someone like you can lay a hand on. That's a hope of common man. Fair use, but new ones. Imagine you are selling one horsepower for 140,000. When you go to a new one, you see it for 350,000, 400,000. So we prefer this one. And those fair use, they are European standard. But here, the new one is Nigerian use. Maybe when you if you have the opportunity to go to abroad, you tell them to do some standard ones, who will be very, very cheaper. And when they come here, they increase the price. So that fair use is far better than the so-called new ones. The difference is that you can open wall like this, just like this one now, up there now. You can open wall, but this one can open small wall like this to pass the pipe through. But the other one, some landlord may say, no, you don't have to put this one, you don't have to open my wall. That for the spirit, you can open small wall where you can pass the pipe through. It depends on the individual, because you may rent an apartment, planning to buy split, the landlord will say no. There is hole for window, so you have to do that one. But if the landlord gives you opportunity, you can buy anyone you like. And more especially the other one they call inverter, that one consume less energy compared with the other ones. So people are moving to that one, and that one has great disadvantage. Disadvantage in the sense that if that one spoiled, like this one now, or this one spoiled, if it is inverter, you can use the up of this one, which is not inverter. You can change it, but if once it's inverter must be inverter. So if it is 104, it must be 104. But if there's other one which is not inverter, you can use any one to fix it. 1 horsepower is meant for 1 room. Then 1.5 is a room and parlor or a parlor. Then 2 horsepower for bigger parlor. That's the only difference. The highest horsepower for this one, you have 3 horsepower. That's the one they use in the banks or big churches. But for living rooms, you can see 1 horsepower, 1.5, 2 horsepower. You have 3 horsepower, you have 5 horsepower as well. The advice is you must be patient. You know, this is a luxurious business. If you want comfort, it's not like a necessity, something that you must use every day. Because it's optional. For example, if you want to use to feel comfortable, if you do not chop for maybe 3 square meters, you cannot be good saying, let me buy AC. But if you want to feel comfortable, you can say you take AC, you buy AC. Because Nigeria is too hard. If to say this country is good, what another business? Because this one takes a lot of patience to stay. Imagine when you can come in the morning, 2 days, 3 days, do not sell. How do you survive? And if you say, let me go and change another one, where is the capital to do it? And it may be a kind of business like this AC now that's movable here in Lagos. When you go to East or North, it will not be moving like that. Because in this Lagos now, you can see when you count 2 or 4 buildings, you must see AC there. But when you go to East, maybe like you can count 10 to 15 without a single AC there. So if you say, let me relocate, and when you relocate, you see that it will be more difficult. So if you are relocating, you have to find a business that will move there. So in a situation whereby you don't have any of those ones, you have to stay and manage the one you have.
As household navigates squeezed budgets, the thrift appliance market is proving that value and practicality are driving purchase decisions more than brand new shine. In a time where every naira counts, thrift is no longer survival, it's strategy. That's the pulse of the thrifted home appliances industry. This is Market Pulse.